Canada and go to Richmond. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, little son, enjoy your lurks. Yeah, no, it's like if you want to adopt a husky, go to Richmond, BC, and go to the SPCA and adopt 5. You could get a whole sled dog crew. You recommend a small poodle? That's literally what I have right now, but I don't want to. The thing is, like, the poodles that always show up, like, I would take any poodle, actually. The poodles that always show up are like this one, right? They're always toy poodles. And I wouldn't want a toy poodle because they're too small. And not to sound super picky or anything, but I don't like dogs that are smaller than a cat. If it's smaller than a cat, that's not a dog. That's a large rodent. Same problem I have with Chihuahuas. But I would absolutely take a standard poodle or a miniature poodle, which is kind of what I have right now because she's a moyenne poodle, which is a median poodle. It's bigger than a mini, but problem with poodles is they're purebreds. They're fucking expensive. Have you ever like seen how expensive poodles are? Holy fuck, they're expensive. And I'm looking for rescues, so there's no way in hell that a purebred like medium or standard poodle is gonna show up. No way in hell. Because people who buy those dogs know what the fuck they're doing. No, I don't believe you did. I don't believe you ever had. I think you mentioned that you go for walks. I don't believe you ever mentioned that she has a Westie. But I don't know, something. It's like a lot of dogs are a status symbol. I mean, and that's something that I want to be very careful about, Wessel, is like, I'm a streamer, and I don't ever want to be one of those streamers that has a dog for views, if that makes any sense. Like, the number of streamers who have a pet just for views is a little gross. I mean, for me, if I could select any pet that I could get, I would just get a snake, but I can't. It's like it's like trying to find a mint. It's like trying to find a mint sports car in a scrapyard. Like, realistically, for me, the ideal is some sort of mutt cross that's just small and quiet and chill. Sure, no, absolutely, definitely. But I think that it's wider than just Asian culture. I think that purebred dogs are a status symbol in general. I think the problem is huskies are just too big for a lot of people and too much. Like, in order to have a husky and keep it happy, you need a large person who can walk it. You need to be very diligent about training it, and you need a yard. And very few people have yards here. But all of that rambling and garbo aside, it's your 308 in the absolute realm. I don't even know what that is, which means it. And because, like I said, I'm looking for a middle-aged rescue, right? Like, I'm looking for a dog that's about halfway to the latter half of its life. I don't want a puppy. Do not want to train a dog. I can work on already partially trained dogs. A wolf corgi? That's so weird. Yeah, no, I would love a dachshund, but again, will one show up as a rescue that then I can get approved for? So I'm taking care of this white fluff ball until a better option arrives. Vin, thanks for sniping out a gift sub. First gift sub of the week. Cheers, my dude. Cheers. One of them breeding dogs. Yeah, it's actually kind of a pity I didn't decide to get a dog in like 2018. But I mean, I still lived with 2 cats back then. It's a pity I didn't do that then because they banned puppy mills here back then. They banned puppy mills and closed down a lot of pet stores here. So for a good couple of months, there was just more dogs available just in the public up for adoption than you could ever see. Like, they were just everywhere. Everybody was trying like every single puppy mill had like hundreds of dogs that were suddenly just up for adoption. But you know that's over. Yeah, I don't know how many of those dogs in the SPCA are like COVID rescues, but there's also dogs like this, but I'd be super nervous to get something like this because I think my mom would be nervous about taking care of it because Holly was bit by a pit bull. Not a pit bull terrier though. Pit bull terriers are adorable, but apparently that one has separation anxiety, so. You know, it's like not compatible with other dogs, not compatible with other cats, do not keep with animals, not good with strangers. It's like, well, yep, then my mom and dad can't take care of it if I go away. So, there goes that. I mean, post it wherever. I mean, you can just post it in the chat if you want to, Dragon Man. But like, I'm not picky about specific breeds or anything because it's just like I kind of can't be because I'm looking for rescues. So I have absolutely no interest in getting a puppy or a young animal. Anyway, Longdeath. So I'm just gonna. So, looking at this doesn't look natural to me. This looks like Honey I Shrunk the Kids, but Honey I Shrunk a Wolf down to 1/4 size. I mean, I was talking with my dad, Beer Manier, and he was just like, Greg, you should get a puppy. I'm like, all right, so who's gonna train it? And he goes, oh yeah, I mean you can train it. He's like, you've done that before. I'm like, Dad, you get a puppy, and you train it, and I'll take it in 6 months. That's the deal that we'll make here. There's currently 33 dwarves in the fort, although I do have a whole bunch of unnamed merchants. So if anybody would like a merchant, there's a whole bunch of middle-aged merchants. We're currently trading with dwarves from the looks of things. Aquasar, thanks for chucking a gift sub at Beer Manier. Welcome back, Beer. Chat, can I get beers for beer? Man of beer. But yeah, that's a really good analogy, though. Everyone loves puppies except for their owners. That's a really good analogy. A really good analogy. But yeah, so the lava tube, the pumps are pumping, the lava is flowing, and it hasn't lagged the fort at all. A lot of people warned me that building a pump stack this tall, and even like I myself was worried about this, would drastically slow down the frame rate, and it hasn't even remotely affected it. So I'm kind of ecstatic about that, not gonna lie. And that part has been lovely. We do have some stressed out dwarves in the fort right now. There's some blood in the middle there. Nobody's died recently, but there have been some tantrums in the last little bit. So I think today, I think today the plan is to just kind of deal with mental health for the dwarves and continue to wait for the tube to fill and get the magma forges up and running. Yeah, that is you that's a bit down, but you haven't tantrumed. You're just a little bit down. You're just lonely and uneasy. I think honestly we've been doing too much work recently. The actual problem is we have we have an outpost liaison. We also had a human, but the outpost liaison Kivish tantrums this dwarf. So that's why there's blood on the ground, because the outpost liaison tantrums and fights with one of my dwarves, doesn't actually do enough damage to kill anybody, hasn't killed anybody yet, or not recently. Did kill one dwarf once, but it's been a while. Hasn't killed anybody in a while, but does enough damage that it stresses the heck out of the dwarves and you got beaten up real bad. Off your nice wooden floor. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't want a big dog because they fucking destroy hardwood, and like my landlord probably wouldn't let me have one because of that. Why does he tantrum? Good question. You tell me why the outpost liaison from the mountain home tantrums. I have no idea. Yeah, no, lava's fine. I think maybe people are too used to, because I know that water in pump stacks is real bad on the frame rate. But the lava seems to be totally fine from what I've seen so far. The tall and muscular doesn't get very upset. I hope that whoever our next... Oh, also, the king died of old age. Probably worth noting. So we don't have a king in the fort anymore because there was no heir in our fort. The king now lives at the mountain home again, from what I can tell. So that's kind of... Oh, also, they've embarked on their journey. So that's kind of where we're at right now with Longdeath, the brief update. We're just kind of waiting on the tube to fill. And then we're going to be building this into our lovely, 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 lovely lava forge. Magma forge, that's what I was looking for. I don't mind not having king for a while. I mean, there's still, 700 years of this fort left, right, to get the king. So there's still plenty of time to get another king. You came up with that one when cleaning up your 3 puppies' shit. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, at least it's just shit. Poop's easy to clean. And honestly, as somebody who owned cats for years in this apartment, Beer Manure, I would take dog poop on floor any day of my life than cat piss on carpet. Or my bed, for that matter. With his life goal to start a family? Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. I mean, yeah, you downloaded the world save, right? My favorite quote that you've had about the world save, Vin, was, "Don't sacrifice that donkey. It might be a war hero." Crundle just... So the lower caverns is like 80 Z levels deep. It's this massive cliff and drop. I wonder, actually, how many things have died from fall damage in this fortress. Like, I'm genuinely curious about that. Like, seriously curious about that. You want that on a skirt? What, don't... Oh, on a shirt? Don't kill that donkey, it might be a war hero? I mean, so for those of you who don't know, this is the mountain home, right? It's been invading the goblin stronghold for about 280 years or so. Except our stronghold, our mountain home, has a population of 75. Admittedly, it's gone up by about 25. Usually they send, like, lone livestock to attack the dwarves, or the goblins. Like, they don't send much. Also, I've sold a couple copies of my books to the dwarves at the mountain home. And it looks like they're doing a real good job delivering them directly to the goblins because they have my books. Humble Offering to Pulleys. Belt Cleansed was one of my artifacts. Discovering Pulleys was another one of my books. Discovering Glue was one of my books. Mastering Beliefs and Uncovering Disease of Animals. I think those are all... I'm assuming those are all copies, though, because I still have the originals, so... I just think that that's kind of funny. But I've sold some copies of my books to the dwarves, and now they're in the goblin stronghold. Anyway, yeah, so they mostly just send donkeys and, like, horses and lone dwarves by themselves. So that's kind of funny to me. But yeah, so we are filling this big old tube Just letting the dwarves chill and take a break. But yeah, so this is the tube currently. Our big old lava tube. One of the first things I'm going to do once the tube is full is I'm going to redirect the pump stack so that instead of pumping up, well, first we'll pause it, obviously, but I'm going to redirect it so that instead of pumping all the way up to the surface, it actually just pumps into this cavern layer here. We're going to fill this up right here, and we are going to cleanse this cavern layer. So hopefully we'll be able to do that today. We're just going to start pumping lava into the lava cavern layer. And the reason I want to do that is because I'm kind of tired of this cavern layer being not only unconquerable but completely uninhabitable because of how many corpses are on the ground. Like, the dwarves just die of panic attacks almost immediately. Like, it took us like 10 years to recover from the stress of building this tube through here, let alone actually going out into this cavern layer. So I'm thinking that if we just dump a bunch of lava out in here, it'll burn up a bunch of stuff and hopefully allow us to one day consider taking this cavern back. So that's something that we're going to do once this tube is full, is we're going to redirect it so that we can do that. And we are on mid-autumn, the year 308, meaning the fortress is 303 years old. Aw, that's a cute little. That's a cute little terrier. My neighbor has a very similar looking dog. Darker color, but adorable. Cute ears. Lava's real good at cleaning things. Also, I'm gonna do this just because nobody did it earlier, so I don't have to refund it from somebody else later. Also, this is a wooden staircase that I built to run down here, so I'm kind of excited for when the lava touches it and catches on fire. You have to type in invest and then the number of tickets you'd like to invest. If you just type in !invest, it does nothing. But yeah, so this thing's filling up. It's just taking a while. But, like, you know, it is actually full here. And something I was kind of curious about. Okay, so I was kind of curious about whether or not it would start piling up here before it flowed out, but it doesn't look like it. Looks like it's just flowing out fast enough. Actually, I wonder if you can tip me, Doge. So I now have I signed up for 1UP Coin, which is like Streamlabs but for cryptocurrency. And they have like a premium option where you can tip any coin, but I don't feel like giving them $5 a month for it because I don't think that many people will use it. And I don't think that Doge is actually one of the default coins that I think it's just like the standard like Ethereum, Bitcoin, Litecoin by default. But theoretically, I could make it so that you could invest Doge into the stream if you really wanted to. Could also just give you my Doge wallet ID because I do have a Doge wallet. But maybe don't invest Doge. So I don't know how much I actually like this lava forge. Theoretically, I could drain the whole thing and rebuild it, which maybe I will one day. But for right now, I think this thing's all right. For right now, I think that this thing is all right. Also, chat, I just have to say a real quick thank you to everybody who's, tuning into the stream and hanging out and watching. Because I wouldn't be able to do this job if it wasn't for people who watch the stream and threw bits and tips at me. Because, I am lucky to be able to have a job this cool. And I'm lucky to have an audience that watches me. So it looks like we're all dancing. Some people are meditating. We've got a few meetings going on. My mayor's pretty busy. A lot of pondering, playing instruments. Stuff's pretty good. Vin gifted us a little sum. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days, courtesy of Vin. Thanks, Vin. Cheers. Vin's just ever since like September started. Vin's just been sitting in the corner with a sniper rifle, going, "All right, who's next?" But thanks for gifting another sub, Vin. Cheers. Just waiting for those stairs to catch fire. Is it God of gifting? I don't know about God, but definitely very generous. I think right now Spitalier has that that award still. I don't know if I can ever take that away from Spitalier. It's like either Spitalier or Animal, probably. Or even like retired Navy vet for that matter, who gifted 100. All of those like brain melts out of my ear moments. I don't know if you guys find this as satisfying as I do, but just watching lava spread like this is so satisfying. It's just like, oh man. Yeah, sorry, you missed the invest time. It's over. Ah, lava. Indeed, yeah. It's okay. This is not oopsie lava. This is intended lava. This is the bottom half of the magma forge. This is the upper half of the magma forge up here. Oh shit, it is actually filling. So the tube is filling over here. That's actually, okay, that is really cool. The tube is filling while this area is still filling. That is really cool. Look at that. I mean, ironically, dwarves are pretty good at dodging lava, too. We're actually harnessing the power of water to move the lava so that I can then, in future, harness the power of lava. And I've just kind of lost a couple of dwarves recently due to the... Although this dwarf I'm actually worried about, because this dwarf has tantrumed in the past and has killed dwarves in the past. It's been a long time, but has tantrumed and has killed dwarves in the past. So I am worried about some of these dwarves that have gotten really sad again due to the stupid outpost liaison, basically. Just waiting for that to catch fire. Yeah, the number of times that I've like tried pumping lava and ended up like pouring it down my stairwell is way higher than the number of times I've successfully pumped lava without issue, and this is one of the first times I've done it without issue, so Quite proud of that, to be honest. Quite proud of that. But how are you doing today, Ultimate? How's things? Whoa, hold on. What? My dashboard just like decided it wanted to go into editing mode. No issues so far. I mean, come on, have some more faith in me. It's like, it's clean from top to bottom, so. It's not just that it hasn't had any issues so far. It's not going to have issue once it, you know, once we're done with it, theoretically. Ooh, how long of a vacation are you going on? I mean, exclamation point vacation, see what I'm doing for my vacation. But I will be going to Vancouver Island for a few days. I've actually booked the hotel, too. We found a hotel that doesn't have a continental breakfast and has no kitchen in the room and has like minimal niceties and is kind of a little bit out of the way. It's like a 30-minute walk from like the area that we like to hang around in Victoria. So it ended up coming to like, I think it was like 165 each for 2 nights, which I'm pretty okay with. Another Crundle fell to its death. Yeah. See, I don't get that luxury. Yeah, for me, vacation is like, yeah, I'm gonna be gone for 4 days. The last time I took more than 4 or 5 days for a vacation was, I want to say like 2011. It's been almost a decade, probably. Maybe 2012. I think there was a bit there in 2012 where I got like a week. I think it was like I got like 7 days off in 2012. But like after that, it's like I'd just been streaming, right? Unfortunately, I'm not a big enough streamer to be able to afford to take more than that, right? Because it's not like I get paid time off, right? I think that one of the best quotes I ever heard from a Twitch streamer about going on vacation was from Ninja. And you know, say what you want about Ninja, he's kind of an odd dude, but like he went to TwitchCon for 4 days and then went on vacation with his wife for another 5. So basically didn't stream for like 9 days. And in those 9 days, he lost like, 'cause at the time he was the most subscribed channel on the site, and like keep in mind, oh really, is that not gonna burn? Man, maybe we'll have to dump buckets on that. Just turn it into obsidian and then dig it out. Dat shucks. All right, we'll dump buckets on it. Pit pond is pond not full. Pit pond is pond not full. Is pond not full? And then is pond not full? There we go. But anyway, I was kind of hoping that those stairs would burn, but I guess not. Anyway, yeah, no, he went from at the time it was like 90,000 subscribers, which is like upsetting amounts of money, down to like 50,000 just in Prime subs. Like he lost like 40,000 subscribers in like 9 days or something. So it's kind of the same for all streamers to a degree. So, but like the difference for him is like, well, that's like the difference between. Okay, so that will work. All right. Well, let's just get rid of that for right now. Let's just see if that'll be enough to obsidian that. Probably not. I think it needs like a little bit more. Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, that's why so many streamers do like IRL streams, right? Um, but when he streamed with Drake, I want to say he tweeted that he made like it was like $800,000 that month, and then for more or less most of that year, when he was doing like 150,000 concurrent viewers per stream, um, he was making probably close to that every month, and then he took the mixer contract, which I think was just 30 million flat. So, you know, this floor to the north. What do you mean to the north? Like, and what do you mean by what's happening? What are you? I mean, it's filling like the rest of this floor. It's just this whole floor is just filling up with lava. That's all. It's just it's my reservoir for my forges. But I don't know what you mean by up top of the circle. The circle, like everything on this floor is just for aesthetics. Like this is what actually matters right here. These are just going to be forges, and then these are also going to be forges. But like this layer is it's just a circle. Like it's just filling. Like that it doesn't have any practical purpose. Like someone asked me if this was like a summoning circle or anything. No, it doesn't do anything. It's just visuals, it's just aesthetics, just to make it look neat. So I mean, like for me, like taking a 14-day vacation, like wouldn't cost me $150,000, but it would be the difference between um, streaming for a month and making like the $1,100 to $1,200 I need to be able to pay my rent and bills, to like $500-600, which wouldn't be enough to make rent that month, which is fine because I have savings. But like, you know. I might make more glass kilns. I mean, I could. I have space. I mean, the up here is going to be smelters and metalsmiths forges. So down here I was gonna do pottery and glass. So yeah. Hey Jimmy, what's up? But yeah, no, this side up here is already full, if that's what you're asking. This is the only spot that isn't full. And then this here is like, the tube is filling. Like it's actually up a level, which I think is kind of neat. So the tube itself is filling. But once this whole area is full, the tube's going to start filling much quicker. So, yeah. Although there actually isn't enough lava in here for these to have power, which I think is kind of... It needs like, I think, another... portion. I think it needs to be 4 of 7 to be full. It's only 3 of 7, so. But this, like I said, this thing will fill way quicker once this is full. Currently, it's like less than half full. Yeah, no, totally. Ultimate. Absolutely. It is super satisfying. So we're just gonna sit here and keep watching lava. You hear goats? Probably. I think they're actually sheep. It's just medieval town noise generator. Why is it unexpected, Frog? I mean, here, I'll give you a link to the noise generator that I use. It's my pet medieval village, obviously. I have a bunch of little tiny miniaturized people in a terrarium on my desk. It's slaction. Is what that is. It's SL action, slow action. High-speed slaction. I heard that a goat and a rooster drove off a hawk that was trying to catch a hen. Okay, sure. I saw, or somebody in here shared a video of a chicken one-shotting a rat. Like the rat just like walks into the chicken coop and then the chicken just pecks it in the back of the head and kills it. Or rather, a rooster, wasn't a chicken. But literally one-shot that goddamn rat. Oh, speaking of livestock, we have 113 animals. I should... Time to do a slaughter sesh. Actually, not going to slaughter that rooster up top.
Hello!
Hello! How are you doing, animal? Would help if I hit the right button. Oh, most definitely not. But maybe his first rat caught on video. What's up, Harry Maru? How's things? How you doing today, animal? Speaking of. Dog. I would put the camera more to the right, but then you'll see my dirty laundry bin, and I'd really rather you don't stare at my dirty laundry bin. A treasure chest? So, okay, so are you saying a bin filled with interesting items or a literal treasure chest? Alright, so now that the grounds are full, hopefully this will start to fill quicker. Hopefully. Just looking at it. Huh. Animal, are you going to become a hoarder? Also, I feel like I destroy your name, Wes, every time you talk about it, but that's an adorable little dachshund. Look at you. He's so cute. God damn it. I'd love a dachshund, but the odds that one shows up for adoption is very low. Very, very, very low. Very, very, very low. Also, by the way, Frog, that video, I haven't watched it. I'll watch it after stream, but just the name of it sounds like something out of a bad joke. It's like, so so the goat and a rooster drove off the hawk that was trying to catch a hen, and then the other chicken showed up, and then Steven the dog ran in, and then I shot the chicken. Is shitting expensive? Shitting. Sure. Yes. And your point is what? Ned Howard to talk about an martini. And that's how I met my wife. Like that's how that story goes probably. But yeah, no, dogs are not cheap. I mean dog ownership's never been cheap. And that's part of the reason I've stayed away from getting a dog, but like I got lots of reasons for staying away from getting a dog for so long, but frankly I need to take care of myself. So, and not just sit here fixating on my own brain. Section of cavern collapse, which normally scares the shit out of me, but it's shards of ice melting and it's fine. Did you shoot the insert domestic animal's name that rhymes with deputy? Wait, what domestic animal's name rhymes with deputy? Not looking at the stuff that she destroyed when she was younger? Yeah. Well. I mean, I wonder if you could just go to Google and type an animal name that rhymes with deputy. A Yeti. That's a stretch. It's like saying that door hinge rhymes with orange. It's like... And someone trying to tell me once that storage rhymed with orange, and I'm like, that's also kind of a stretch. Lava-ish feeling. There's free and lumpy. Isn't Kelpie a breed of dog, though? I thought it was. It is. It's an Australian dog breed. Kelpie. Kelpie. It's an Australian dog breed. Nope. No, lava doesn't work like that. Yeah, no, I mean, you were thinking of the water horse? Kelpie. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Water would. Water would push up and through these. Also, you see how these are blinking? These? That means that the lava is almost to the level that we can use them. Which means we can start deconstructing the stuff above. I think we're going to make up here one layer above the forges into the storage for stuff. So let's actually just... do this. Except I'm gonna change the shape a little bit here. The thing. Oh hey, it's that time of year where they ask me to give them money again. It's a good thing I didn't scroll down. It's got... oh, that's a painting. That's fine. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, no, I've never heard of this before. Although, admittedly, in your defense, I think that the mythological creature probably existed before the dog breed. There's the default font, and then there's the other default font. So if you hit F12, you can change it to this font, which isn't the default font, but is included alongside of the default font. But no, I'm this the font that I'm using. If what you're asking is not the default font, this font is part of the tile set that I use. This is going to be our storage. I don't know what the name of the default font is called. Curses. I don't know if it's widely available or anything. If that's what you're asking, I'm not much of a font junkie, so. Storage eye. Huh. You've got an eye for design, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm not the person to ask that question, so maybe H2O can help. Also, you know, I'm not much of a I'm not much of someone who I'm not generally someone who likes to like make fun of comments on DF, but on videos about DF, but this person in regards to the spiral entrances looks like shit. Really? That? It's nice pixel art. What are you talking about? I mean, looks old maybe, but I've watched the new Matrix trailer like 12 times. Maybe more. Yay! Hallelujah. Wait, what? Oh, it's because Cog is carrying him. I was gonna say why. What? All right, so good news, chat. The Outpost Liaison is dead. The Outpost Liaison. No, that is good. That this dwarf is dead. This is very, very, very good. This is an overwhelmingly positive result. And the reason this is good is because this dwarf that was just found dead is the Outpost Liaison. The Outpost Liaison died of dehydration. The Outpost Liaison has been tantruming in my fort and occasionally killing dwarves for a while, which is the reason why there are so many depressed dwarves running around. And there was nothing I could do about it because it was just the Outpost Liaison. The Outpost Liaison lives in your fortress for about half a year every year. You don't know why they didn't use a more graphic tile set? It's literally like Tarn has answered this question. It's because Tarn's not an artist. Literally, that's the reason. Like, Tarn didn't make a more graphical tile set because it didn't need one, and he's not an artist. So yeah, we'll get a new Outpost Liaison from the Mountain Home now that this dwarf died. So no, I'm very happy that this dwarf is dead. It won't be missed. But why did they not make a more graphical tile set? Like, Dwarf Fortress is one of those things where it's like, oh, geez. Seeker, now that's a concern. I might just expel this dwarf. How strong are you? Yeah, you might need to just be expelled. Just committed a crime, threw a thing. Because this dwarf was in the military before they started getting stressed. But no, I think the thing that people need to realize about Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress has been funded for a very long time because people play it as is. And Tarn's a programmer, not an artist, and he's always been in the if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of party. Who's over here bleeding? Lumpy's bleeding. And frankly, people play it and enjoy it as is, so why bother changing it? I'm really worried that Lumpy's gonna die. This is one of the dwarves that you type of dwarves that you do not want tantruming. I hope somebody else saw it. I don't know if anybody did. Oh no, Lumpy is now stumbling around obliviously. Right, lower leg is broken and her knee is mangled beyond recognition. Well, it doesn't sound like it'll kill you, so that's good. Oh, are you going to donate bat to the cause of my stream? To be fair, it is a really easy way to give me some free money over time because I turn it into Ethereum and then send it to myself. So, like, I'm making about $25 in bat a month just between the YouTube channel and my Twitch channel. Just people who use Brave and just have it set to, because one of the settings for Brave is you can just set it so that it'll automatically donate it to channels that you watch. This dwarf can't go completely insane, so they'll snap out of it when they get thirsty. Where did Seeker go? Man, I really wish there was some witnesses for Seeker's crimes. Yeah, no, I mean, it's literally just free crowdfunding. I don't know when or how I'll ever actually see that money because it is in crypto, meaning I'd have to sell it on a crypto exchange, which is complicated, but I'll have to figure out how I'm going to do that. I have to figure out the tax legality of how that works, but how do you like it so far, though, B-Lug, just as a browser? Just keeping an eye on this dwarf. You're not going to report the crime, Lumpy? I think it's kind of funny that Seeker is taking Lumpy to the hospital after beating him up. Now you're going to test it with a site that's making Chrome crash? What site makes Chrome crash? Now they're socializing? Naturally. Well, I mean, my hospital is a guild site, so they socialize in there. So it's sort of like a tavern, but I mean, maybe they apologized. Who knows? Who knows? Perhaps they apologized. I mean, I've certainly gotten into fist fights with people in the past that I've then talked with later. It's not too far off. Cool. These are almost ready to go here. Almost. We could do some magma smelter or some magma glass furnaces down here. Let's see. Did I ever buy anvils? I just have some iron anvils. I really want steel, so I'm gonna wait. Huh. You're working on a way to fix it, but 7 years of development is hard to move. Oh. Well, that's not good. Scrolling up, hold up. Sleep mats smell good. Hang washing with soap or white bread. Roasting tomatoes for pasta imparts neon highlights. Saucily. Stones creating the philosopher's blanket are lights. Never start mixing unknown liquids under the flame unless intelligent. Even then, they shouldn't be ignited. However, flammables float McGee Howards. Hordes? What? All geese aggregate gaggishly? Is gaggishly a word? Once aggregated, geese will attack. Beware, large anime series have lots of nonsense. Why must nonsense be nonsensical? Knowledge of any goose is good. Skeins form every orifice. What? I didn't just say what. That was written there with the pause included. Dictionaries needed, so now we write sentences without obscenities. This has consequences that lead to withdrawal syndrome. A part of this creates tasty, and that's where I will leave you. All right, gaggishly is a word, apparently. Today I learned. A group of geese? Huh. Interest. So anyways, does it make Brave crash? Because now I'm real curious, so please do report. The pause and then what? Yeah, I try my best to accurately pronounce all wides that are whiten in the Ada Wides Wime. I don't know why I said it that way, but I try to pronounce words correctly-ish when they're written in that room. So it does crash still? Well, that's disappointing. I mean, it is a Chromium browser, so it's still got a lot of similarities baked into Chrome. Hey, Cyrolac gave birth to a baby girl. Does anybody want to be a brand new baby girl in Dwarf Fort? Longdeath. Dwarven baby. Daughter of Cyrolac and Massive. Daughter of the mayor, I think. No, not the mayor. The manager. Daughter of the manager. Baby. Yeah. Baby. Darren wants it? Well, whoopsies. I just accidentally turned on the GeForce experience. Please go away and die in a fire. What would you like to name your baby? Because your dwarf passed away, unfortunately. Because the last one you had, Darren, was named the Scoid. Is this the Scoid 2, or is this something else? You is unfortunately deadified animal. However, we do actually, like, if anybody wants an older merchant, we have a bajillions of those. The Scoid 2? Okay. Did I spell that right? Sequuoiad. Sequuoiad. Yeah, I did. She says baga. Baga. Be like, I'll take an old farty merchant. They're all middle-aged. They're not that old, but... she says baga. She has a grating, raspy voice. Her ears are flattened, and her hair is quite dense. I'm just imagining a baby sounding like that, and that's distressing. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her eyebrows are short. Her eyelashes are short, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her cobalt eyes are wide set, and her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. You'll take a farty merchant then? Okay. I will try to find the fartiest merchant I can. How old is Stone? I will check after Dwarf. Stone. She personally is put off by family and respects power. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She would be deeply satisfied if everyone lived in complete harmony. She almost never feels discouraged and doesn't generally think before acting. She only rarely feels strong cravings and urges and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. Yeah, I can't pronounce that word even in English, Baron, so. She often feels lustful, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this, as she values artwork and its creation. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and is cheerful. Often cheerful, and she is quick to anger and has a calm demeanor. Is brave in the face of imminent danger, and not particularly interested in what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. And then you want a farty merchant, Belug? 82 years old? He is blissful, remembering a bedroom like a personal palace, and is bored after being unable to fight for too long. Is unable to practice martial art, and was uneasy after a lack of decent meals. Is interested after a fine table, and doesn't feel anything due to inebriation. Felt affection remembering speaking with a friend, and felt satisfied after getting into an argument. What a guy. Personally respects power and respects perseverance, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings, and is slow to anger. Is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this, since he values friendship, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and does not often feel lustful. Doesn't handle stress well and can occasionally overindulge, rarely happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept. Runs his fingers through his hair when he's trying to remember something. Chews his cheek when he's angry, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes native gold, platinum, rhyolite, and impala tooth, the color carmine, and greaves. Greaves, scepters, and donkeys for their stubbornness. Just like the streamer he's watching. Radish plants, purple amaranth, beer, and absolutely hates leeches. Hold on. What? Oh, you're currently reading Better Practicing Surgery, which is a superior quality grizzly parchment scroll. The rollers are made from obsidian. The rollers are made from well-crafted schist, and it was written by Cheers Jamie and concerns the use of practice models in surgery. Seems like a good dwarf. And you have no job, so I'm going to give you mechanical engineering, pump operating, some crafting, and all of the metalworking, I think, as well as mining and stone detailing. Welcome to the fort. There's your farty merchant. Also, worth noting, you are not married and have a lot of passing acquaintances, like a whole lot of them. So, I guess that's good. And you worship English the Embraced Roses. The really big trees in California. Huh. I'm actually going to do a thing real quick. And just go to Google and type in that word. Plus...
Sequoia.
Sequoia. Okay, so I am saying it right. Just needed to confirm that. You know, sometimes you just need to know. Lumpy is throwing a tantrum. Well, that's a bummer. Although, fortunately, Lumpy is not exactly scary, so... Ooh! My mayor got the shit kicked out of him by Seeker, who tantrumed a second time. Looks like Seeker is going to prison. Why don't I have enough? Prison cells, what? Yeah, used by justice. Used by justice. There we go. Now we have enough Used by justice. Used by justice. Huh. Well. You too, I suppose. Used by justice. Oh, did I set those to no? Yes, I did indeed set those to no. There you go. There we go. Now we got enough. Ah, boy. Where's Lumpy at? There you are. This dwarf's not going to be able to do much. But hi, Starshine. How are you doing? They are. It's one of those words that I've heard said out loud, Belug, but never heard it, or never seen it written. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever run into a word where you're like, I know that word, when you hear somebody say it, but when you read it, it's like, what? Like, I'm trying to think of another. Oh, penicillin is like, I'm allergic to it. I know how to say that word, but the first time I saw it written, hurt my brain a little bit because like I've never, like, I always tell people I'm allergic to penicillin, which I am, but because of that, I've never been given a bottle of penicillin. So I've never looked at the word penicillin, even though I know I'm allergic to penicillin and shouldn't have penicillin, right? But the first time I read the word penicillin, it threw me off because I had no idea how to write the word penicillin because I've never needed to, right? Trying to think, what's another thing that's like I know what that is when I... Oh, there's another witness against Seeker. And Peter is okay. Is in the hospital, lost a tooth in the fight. That's not good. We're going to be dealing with depressed dwarves for a little bit because of the... Oh. Lumpy was able to punch at Ghost and didn't do much because... Yeah, because he's like... the Stonecrafter attacks the Naturalist. The Naturalist's upper body takes the full force of the impact. It's deflected by the Sheep Cloak. I mean... Lumpy is paralyzed, so not going to be able to do much. Has been paralyzed for a while. Unfortunate incident. Alright, where's Tiny at? There's Tiny. Wait, Tiny, I'm going to take you off of stone detailing so that you can actually, go do your job. What are the two sentences? Seeker got a beating. Really? Just a beating? Okay. I remember for years, my older sister thought that there was three words for the word stomach. And this was obvious, like, she was like 12 at this point. But she knew about the word stomach, and she knew about, like the term tummy, right, for like your tummy. But she also thought that the word stomach was pronounced smotch because my older sister did a lot of reading when she was younger. And she always thought that stomach must have been another word that she'd never seen written, but the pronunciation of the written word stomach was smotch. So there was one time, and I remember this conversation because I was present for it. I was a little kid at the time, but I just remember her saying, "You're smotch." My mom was like, "What?" Pardon? She's like, "Yeah, there's your tummy, your stomach, and your smotch." And she's like, "That's not how that word is pronounced. That word is stomach." Um, so that was a funny realization that my older sister had when she was little, was that stomach and smotch are not the same word. In fact, it's kind of cute, and it makes sense that like a little kid would think that, right? Um, so I love that over here is filled more than over here. Hmm. Like over to the right, it's further filled up than over to the left. Maybe it's because it's still flowing. Actually, that kind of looks like that. It's 3-4. And this side is just full. So. There are the broken bits where often you can't tell who from how because your brain doesn't work correctly. What, you see the word who and you think it's how? I mean, I could see how the word how or the word who could look like how. I learned quite a bit later, like in my late teens, that the word pronunciation is not pronounced. It's blah, blah, blah. The word pronunciation is pronounced pronunciation and not pronunciation, which threw me the hell off. For pointing you to Brave, the way they block third-party cookies, so now you feel better clicking on accept the cookies configuration on all banners on sites you have. I like the way that they because they don't block cookies, they redirect them. I do like the cookie blocking counter though. 349,164 cookies blocked in like the 4 months I've used this browser. Pronunciation is evil. The spelling of a lot of words in the English language is evil. Something that I've always found interesting, and I noticed this a lot when I was younger, is the word the, they and them, and that and this, like the th in English. A lot of accents can't pronounce it. Because I feel that way about the word laugh. The word laugh has thrown me off for years. I always misspell the word laugh. Anyway, but the word the is almost impossible to pronounce if you're from Poland and have a Polish accent. One of my childhood friends, who I haven't seen in a very long time, his name was I'm not gonna dox his name, but he was unable to say the word the. He would say da. He would say like a da, and he would say that with the, they, them, this, that, thou, anything with a th, it was like a d instead of a th, and I think that that's kind of interesting. You like to laugh? Dude, the word laugh screws me up. Like in my brain, like if people put me, like I can spell laugh, but if people put me on the spot and say, "How do you spell laugh?" It's like, that word just throws me off for some reason. Also, side note, my tongue's a little numb. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar. I will be back in a sec. You guys can follow Jack Nwick around. And also, Stone did ask how old his girl is, so I will just check Stony for a second. Stone, how old are you? She is 129 years old, born on the 1st of Opal in the year 179. There you go. Actually, you know what? You can follow Stone. I will be back in a sec. You've learned laugh by heart because of my command? Ha! That's funny. Da, yes. Da in German, which means yes. Anyway, or not German. Russian. Da means something else in German. I will be back in a sec. I'm going to go check my blood sugar. Pavilion D the? What? Anyway, I'm back. I have returned from my trip to check my blood sugar, and my blood sugar was a little bit low. It's kind of hard for me to tell because I burned my tongue real badly on some hot tea last night. I misjudged the temperature. Pooch tail. Anyway, I misjudged the temperature, and so I burned my tongue. So I don't really have much feeling in my tongue. And my initial heads up that my blood sugar is going low is that my tongue goes numb. Well, I can't tell if my tongue's numb because my tongue's burnt. Pretty bad. It's like burnt raw, so. You know. Like the first letter of the former dictator of Libya, Gaddafi or Gaddafi. Not to be confused with Kaffee, obviously. Sorry, that to me like Gaddafi and Gaddafi just looks like somebody tried to write the word coffee, but like having a seizure. That's what it looks like to me. Not to be confused with Gaddafi Duck. Totally a different cartoon character, right? I think that we should rock crafts. Let's just make... No, I was going to say 1,000, but... There we go. Let's just do a bunch of rock crafts and clear some of these boulders out. You want some crafts that rock. Yes, that is a grammatically correct sentence. They won't play music, though. The fuck? So randomly, this video from a while ago just started getting a bunch of views from external. Where the fuck? Where the fuck? I mean, I don't mind. I'm just curious as to where they're coming from. DuckDuckGo? Excuse me? What? Why is it suddenly getting heavily recommended on DuckDuckGo? Also, it's spring, so annual tribute from Bastille Smack has arrived. But what? What is this quackery? Apparently, I'm getting a lot of views from DuckDuckGo, I think. Bizarre. Also, now YouTube's stuck in a time loop. Chat, YouTube's broken. I click back, and then I say, oh, I click back, and then I go up to here to, and click on that, and then I click back, and then I go here to go back to the analytics, and then I go back to here so that I can go back to the analytics. YouTube broke. Anyway, tribute is unloaded, so let's have a peek at what they brought. While I fix YouTube in the background. It's an endless time loop. Also, I realize I've made $120 on that video. That is my like third highest earning video of all time. So that's over a year that the video's been up. Also, I uploaded it in the middle of December. I don't mind. It's suddenly my most viewed monthly video, but... Eventually stack overflows. Good luck overflowing the stack of uh, good luck overflowing the stack of uh, what's it called? YouTube servers. Also, I just want to shout out this screenshot because this is some incredible pixel art. This is posted to the DF subreddit by Vordak_chief user on Reddit. Look at this. Holy shit. Can I just say, there's something about beard armor that I love. Like, the armor goes around their beards. It's just awesome. It's just awesome. I love it. It's a very cheesy horse, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, frankly, I do not mind my videos randomly getting tossed into various algorithms right now because, frankly, I need it because the Twitch changes have been devastating. So YouTube does break itself from time to time. I mean, how else will they watch on any other platforms if YouTube is just an infinite loop? Although, I don't know if any of you guys have ever had this moment, but I was watching some footage of live concerts yesterday on my phone, and one of the shows I was watching an old Rush show, so an old recording of a performance by Rush, and I looked down at the comments, and the most upvoted comment was me. From, like, 10 years ago. Which I thought was weird, because I have zero recollection of watching that video before. I don't know if that's ever happened to any of you, but it was one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me, just period, because it's like, huh, you know? It's very strange. And there we go. All those rock crafts are getting started, which hopefully means that we can clear out the majority of the stuff that's underground as well. Looks like the animals are getting pretty close to being finished. I wouldn't. That's just a fact. I wouldn't. I just simply stated good luck. If have it happened before where you watched a video and then you left it on comment, you don't remember posting, and then but you did know you'd watched it before? Yeah, no, I've definitely found comments of mine on old concert footage from years and years and years back. Which is really weird. It's always weird when that happens. Right now, the only thing in my brain is like the hosting changes, which screwed my viewership. So if anybody's got anything more interesting to talk about, let me know. Also, a charity is asking me to do a charity fundraiser for them. Nah. Done enough of those already this year. What about farm noise thing? I've been so depressed I haven't been able to get out of bed aside from streaming, so no. Okay. Mental health has been making it impossible to get literally anything done, let alone be creative. So no. We have like our ideas room still and stuff's bouncing around in there, and if anybody wants to join it, let me know and I'll add you to the room, but outside of that it's very much it's slow going. But absolutely not. No, I've done basically nothing on that front because I've been too depressed. I've done absolutely nothing productive or interesting in the past. Like literally the only thing I've done in the last like 3 weeks is sit around. Like, so that's why I kind of have to lean on the audience at times for conversations, because it's like I am a boring person, and I think people need to realize just how boring it is being a Twitch streamer. Like, I don't have an interesting life, and that, like, obviously that's probably partially amplified by the fact that, like, you know, life hasn't gotten back to a interesting thing yet, because like vaccine passports start in 2 days and concerts start next month. So next month things are going to start getting a little bit more interesting in my life. But outside of that, it's like I don't do anything. I can't afford to do anything. So I'm really boring. So I don't do anything outside of what I like. The most interesting thing that I've done in the past like 3 weeks is I went out for coffee. Like I'm not an interesting person. So at this point, all I really want to do is be mad at Twitch for ruining all of my discoverability. But I don't think people want to listen to me just moan. It's like listening to somebody bitch about the YouTube algorithm. So I don't know what to talk about. So if anybody here has anything that you guys want to talk about, let me know, because I'm open to ideas, frankly. All right, so the elves have arrived to trade. Let's grab prepared food. Bring those down. They only sent 2. That's like nothing, even for them. But no, I mean, like, to give you an idea on how much the changing to hosting affected me, like, I contemplated quitting streaming, but that might also have been partially because of my general depression. But I did think about it for a little bit over the last few weeks, just because of, like, how close to in fucking possible it's going to be for me to actually get new traffic now. Norm Macdonald passed away? What? When? I'm not much of a comedian person, but I know who Norm Macdonald is. When did he pass away? Oh, he died today. Wow. He was 61. When did he pass away of? of cancer. Well, that's unfortunate. His cancer had not been announced prior to his death. Well, that's unfortunate. Damn. Yeah, I know he was Canadian. What does that have to do with anything? When people die, I've never really been that sort of person going, oh no, they were from this country. It's like we live in a globalist society. Let's just be sad if somebody dies. We don't be like, oh no, they were from this place. Who cares where they're from? Frankly. You know, that shit sucks. It's hard losing people you care about. Go nuts. That's what it's for. Aqua. It's literally what that section of the Discord is for. It's to promote your stuff. So if you're making a stuff, promote it. Unless, like, you know, you're making a porn, because then you can't post it in the Discord. So assuming it's not like big titty waifu pimping simulator, yeah, you're fine. Porn that gets posted in the Twitch chat will get you permanently banned and no recourse. H2O. So I'm just going to do this to make a point of a bad joke. You haven't been banned or timed out or anything. I just deleted that message because it's not funny. And please don't even suggest such things. I mean, I'm not going to say what to DM to my mods, but if my mods are consenting and would like porn DM'd to them, then I guess feel free at that point. But only if you've asked and received consent first. Well, at that point, fucking, that's your DMs. You do what you want. Delete yours too? Nah, you're fine. You're not telling people to post it in the chat, so we're all good. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, sure, it's funny, but nah. I mean, there are things that I think of that I think are funny that I don't say out loud all the time on stream. Because I'm like, oh, that's funny. But I'm not going to say it because it's either in poor taste or too soon or out of context or would make me look bad. So I just choose not to say it. But, you know, you're fine. Poor Abe. That dwarf's gotten real depressed since witnessing a murder. Hive hum. Frustrated after a lack of decent meat. What do you want to eat? Giant echidna. Right. Yeah, I remember reading that and being like, yeah, we're never going to get that. Frustrated after being able to practice martial art. Alright, wants to practice a craft. Well, you have any crafts? You have stone crafting? Yeah, the thing that I need to figure out now at this point is how does one promote a stream like mine these days, right? Like something that's very important for streamers in order to grow, and because I've just kind of accepted at this point that hosts are never going to get changed back. Twitch has stated that they're never going to change them back. So we're at a point now where it's like, well, what do we have to do to promote a stream like this stream these days? Because previously what I did was I networked with other streamers and made friends and got auto hosts. Well, I now, instead of get like, because I used to get about 30% of my daily viewers from auto hosts, right? Now instead of getting about 30% of my daily views from auto hosts, I've lost that. So instead of, being a 70 to 100 concurrent streamer, I'm now a like 35 to 50 viewer streamer. Which is a huge deficit of lurkers that we've lost. So I don't really know how to promote my stream anymore, which has me incredibly worried and stressed, and it's part of the reason I've been so down recently, because I don't actually know what to do anymore. My entire career on this website, I've leaned on the auto host system because it's like it allowed me to be very flexible with the games that I play. It's like as long as I had friends, I was kind of okay, and I could get away with not, I guess, playing the streamer game as much as some people, just because I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy chasing the new big thing. I don't enjoy that's not going to do anything promotion-wise. What the fuck you on about, H2O? Come on. Nobody plays MUDs in 2020. Plus, like, that'll be a small community thing for fun, but no one's going to give a shit about that outside of just this stream, please. Like, as much as I'm interested in that project and would like to get it up and running, like, no one's going to care outside of, like, this community, and no one will play on it except for when I stream it. I'm, like, positive of that. So it's like I'm already doing everything that I can through YouTube, but experimenting with different games is not what I want to do. Like that's the problem, right? Wave depletion. It's like I could stop streaming Dwarf Fortress and fix this problem. I could stop streaming traditional roguelikes and Dwarf Fortress and just go stream all of the new Devolver Digital indie games and all the new Raw Fury games and all of the new everything. Whenever it gets an update, the newest Paradox shit, all that. I could just do that, right? That would fix this problem. But then I lose all of my uniqueness and identity as a broadcaster. The problem is other streamers are, well, I do know a few other streamers, Aqua. Most of the streamers that I've seen talking about this are around my size or smaller, who are very heavily networked with friends, but tend to play a lot more niche stuff. Everybody else doesn't want to lose sponsorships, so why are you going to go running around yelling that I just lost a bunch of my viewers, right? Like, it's not something people want to talk about. And even though I've seen statistically a lot of bigger streamers have had a dip, they probably also don't want to talk about it for similar reasons, right? No, see, here's the thing, right? Yes, the people watching this stream right now are all that matter. But I don't want to sound like an asshole, H2O, but the people who watched my stream a year ago, 80% of them are gone because all streams have high turnover. I don't want to play trend, but that's the problem, is I can't do that balance. I've kind of tried that. Wave depletion, that balance doesn't work because the people who want the trending games come in for the trending games and then immediately unfollow when I go back to DF, right? Like if I play 4 days in a row of big popular trending game, and like I've done this in the past, a new game will come out that I'm actually interested in that's trending, like let's just say fucking Stone Shard or whatever. I gained like 200 followers in like 5 days with Stone Shard and lost almost all of them in the next week when I went back to games that I was interested in. Because people who are interested in trending games do not give a flying fuck about any of the stuff that interests me, right? And maybe a small percentage of those people will stick around, but the turnover rate's so high that it's almost pointless. It's literally like I either quit streaming the cool niche stuff that I do and go variety, or slowly fade off into obscurity. Like, those are my options at this point. And I don't have a big enough audience to, like, you guys are great, but there isn't enough of you for me to just get natural viewership in anymore. And like, literally, like looking at my stats, if you say one thing about me talking about stats, I swear to God, I will time you out. I'm not in the mood for that kind of thing. Also, hi Cooler, how are you? But like when I look at my stats, ever since the auto hosting went away, we've been in the negative for followers coming in. This literal second they changed it. The literal fucking second they changed that setting, I went into the negative for new followers coming in. And so I don't know what to do anymore. I really, really, really don't know what to do. I know you don't. So like if I do what Wave Depletion suggested, which is not a bad idea, but if I do that, I will upset the people who don't want the trending games, and you guys won't tune in, so I'll get worse views on the days when I play the trending games. Like, Humankind is a perfectly good example. I like that game. It's a lot of fun. Half of you guys don't tune in because it's boring as shit to watch, and I get it. And everybody streamed it, so everybody was tired of watching people stream it. Like... yeah, exactly. You're competing for the biggest audience, but there's also the most competition. I'm so at a loss now of like what I actually can do to promote my stream. It's like, yeah, I can post my stream on the DF subreddit, but that only gets you so far. Yeah, there's a huge deficit of DF content. Also, nobody's looking for it. Part of the reason, or very few people are looking for it. Part of the reason why DF is such a low streamed game, part of the reason why so few people stream it is because the DF audience is not looking for DF streams. Straight up. Like some of you guys might remember back when I moved over to DF. Stats wise, I almost went bankrupt. Straight like when I first started dedicating to this type of game, moving away from more trendy games to this, I almost went bankrupt even with the auto hosts at the time, because that transition was so harsh. And now I have this audience and I'm getting a phone call. Hold on a second.
Credit towards your next trip. For further details, press 0 now. To be placed on the do not call list, press 2 now.
That's a new one. That was for WestJet customers. You've received a refund for your $990 flight. All right. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what to do. Quite literally. I don't know what to do at this point. Yeah, I mean, like, some people every now and again comment in my YouTube videos that they're sad that Sal stopped streaming and making videos about Dwarf Fortress, and it's like, well, it's because she never had the auto-hosting base, right? I don't know. It's a good question. So, I have no idea. I haven't booked a flight with WestJet in about 6 years, so. Actually, I think 2017 was the last time I flew with WestJet, because I usually fly Air Canada or Delta when I fly, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. Yeah, I mean, like, of course, and like for anybody who's in the audience of people that want Dwarf Fortress streams and Dwarf Fortress content, they can sit there and be like, yes, but why is it dead? It's because the audience of people who play Dwarf Fortress are not looking for Dwarf Fortress streams, which is why I need, like, there are some people who are, and I think all of them watch this stream already. So I don't know what to do. I'm at like this really tricky point in my career where I need to figure out how to move forward. Realistically, right now I'm okay. Like I'm not gonna dance around. We do have like 340 subs. Like we are doing all right. You guys support me on Patreon, but I'm like on much thinner ice now than I've been on in years. I'm also at a point now where just to put it bluntly, sponsorships, I used to be able to charge anywhere from $70 to $100 an hour for sponsorships. I'm probably less than half that now. So I will. I know that you're being sarcastic, but I will be honest with you. Wave depletion. People don't watch me play RimWorld. At this point right now, the number of people watching DF is better than I had watching me play RimWorld when I quit RimWorld. I stopped playing RimWorld because people didn't want to watch me play RimWorld. People didn't like watching my style of streaming in RimWorld. Like honestly, people just watched other people because I don't like min maxing and cheesing in RimWorld. I don't find it fun. So literally the reason I stopped streaming RimWorld is because people stopped watching me play RimWorld. Also, I just don't really enjoy the game anymore. So I don't know. I mean, like, just look at the number of people watching the stream right now and think about how many people we had here 3 weeks ago. And that's the reality I live in now. No shit, Frog. It's always been dead. I am the only streamer who streams DF with any kind of audience. No offense to the other people who do stream DF, but I am the only person who streams DF consistently who gets any kind of viewership. That is like, you know, above hobbyist grade. Look at my view count, H2O. You can answer your own question with one sentence. Like, for me, quitting Longdeath is sort of like giving up in a way. But frankly, if I do anything in DF, it doesn't really change much. You know, Longdeath actually did better than other DF content I've done. Longdeath has always done better than, what's it called? It's done better than the Day Forts ever did. It's done better than that community fort I did in the past. Did about the same as the Halloween fort I did last year. I mean, I guess we'll see when I do the Halloween series that I'm working on. Hey, Coca, what's up? The tower is filling. It's not finished, but it's filling. It should probably be full by the end of today. I don't understand the joke or what you're suggesting, Animal. And I don't get what you're saying, Frog. You've been talking with a bunch of open platform people, and it's always a pain point. What, discoverability? Yeah, no, it really is. How's the tower feeling today? I don't think the tower has any feelings. I mean, you could ask it. Did you say publicity? What do you want me to do? Whack off on stream or something? Like, what do you mean by publicity stunt? I'm confused. Like, this isn't 2012. Like, you can't just like whip your dick out and be like, oh no, my pants fell down. Here, I have $1 bajillion. Which, ironically, there's quite a few. Well, maybe not quite. There's 1 or 2 pretty big streamers on Twitch that got big because they accidentally pants off on stream. I mean, that didn't, like, make Dr. Disrespect more famous. It just made people hate Dr. Disrespect. Wave depletion, you know that, right? Like, it didn't actually help him make any money, really. It just eventually led to him getting booted off the platform. No, I mean, I don't think Longdeath is the problem here. It's just my game choice that's the problem, right? Like, I stream a style of game that has a very small audience on Twitch, and Twitch made a change which removes literally all of my discoverability outside of raids. And I don't think I've gotten a raid yet this month outside of my team. Maybe it's 1 or 2. It was like one day where I got like 4 raids or something. But like, yeah, I basically don't get raided by anybody who isn't part of my team. You know, I'm just going to say this. I don't know what you're trying to say, Frog, but I don't get it. Like, quite literally, I have no idea what the hell you're on about. Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. I mean, my stream wouldn't be successful if it wasn't for auto hosting. I never would have gotten partnered if it wasn't for the auto hosting system. I wouldn't have 80% of my followers if it wasn't for auto hosting. Like, the only reason my channel grew back in the day was because Twitch added auto hosting in, and then I went and made friends. Like, literally, that's the only reason my channel grew back in the day. And it's no longer a option for discoverability, which is now kneecapping my ability to grow on other platforms, which completely hurts. It's like, it's the most soul-crushing thing ever to spend literally years building up a network of friends and people that you know who also stream, who I not necessarily ride off their coattails, but help them in response to them helping me. And now that auto hosts are gone, like they, like literally, let me check something. Stats wise, I can't actually show you this screen because this whole screen like is locked behind partner contracts and shit. But so far in September, if this page will even load, in September on Twitch, since from the 1st to the 14th, my whole like dashboard just doesn't want to load right now for some reason. This started like 2 days ago. So in December, I've gotten 4,001, or not December. In September, I've gotten so far 4,163 views from followers and channel pages, which is basically just like organic that I've built from my own audience. 478 views from externals, so from Reddit, and 5% of that is from YouTube. To give you an idea on how many people come over from YouTube, 5% of my external views come from YouTube. And then 897 views from other channels. So 7% of that is from FG, 11% of that is Jess, some of that from Northern Quarter, and then other channels who raid me occasionally, right? Or manually host me. In August, which was pre-change, if this actually loads, because the Twitch dashboard has been really clunky lately for some reason. So August before the change, I got 19,000 views from my own channel, plus an extra 9,000 views from other channels. So let's just say the first 14 days of August. Let's take a look at that, because that's what we're at this point. So August, which was last month, right? Instead of the first 14 days of September. So first 14 days of September, I've gotten 4,000 views from mine and 800 from external channels. The first 14 days of August, I got 8,000 views from myself, and 4,000 of that was from other channels that auto-hosted me. So that's like like half of my views I've lost from August to September. It's half of my concurrent. That's half of the new people coming in. That's almost everything, basically. Like, yeah, basically. And once again, only 5% of external like last month total, all of August, I got 900 views from external, and less than 5% came from YouTube. So like, yeah, people do come over from YouTube, but it is a very small percentage. Also, my average concurrent in August was 87, and my average concurrent in September is 55 so far. So, I mean, like, to be clear, YouTube isn't nothing, right? But, like, you know, I upload a video and it gets 60,000 views. That a very small percentage of that are actually going to come over. So I do not know what to do, really. I'm just kind of currently, and probably for the next couple of months, 6 months will be okay, but like, what am I going to do in 8? You know? Like, I look at those statistics and that is terrifying to me. It's like, just overnight, suddenly you lose 40 to 50%, some days 60% of new traffic. I mean, it's feasible. The question is, will people actually use it? I mean, like my team is kind of halfway in the process of looking into making a team-wide bot that could hope because to be clear, manual hosting still works the way the old hosts work. So if you go into your channel and you type in /host username, that still pops up in the channel page like the old hosts did, and they still work the way hosts have always worked, right? So if you have a bot in your account with editor permissions that can host people for you, a bot could have the same effect as the old system. But like, even if my team builds that, which maybe we will, if we build that, then it's still not going to replace the like 200 channels that used to host me. So I mean, it's like theoretically, Jim, the like Steam DF could come out next week and probably fix this problem overnight, right? But I sit here and I go, all right, I've built this audience for a very specific niche. And I kind of have two choices right now, which is stick with the same audience and continue streaming, or throw it out the window and go mainstream. And not worry so much. Because like that's those are literally my options right now. It's like, I've built this thing because I can, because of the way that Twitch used to work. Twitch gets rid of an old feature, destroys an old feature, because like you can host people on Twitch, right? You just type in /post person. You can also raid people, right? And Twitch has an auto hosting feature which automatically hosts channels that you set up in a list, in a priority feature list. And so it'll just automatically host people who are online. I've been streaming for 8 years. No, teams still exist. But teams might as well not exist according to Twitch. Like, it's very much a behind the scenes thing. Like, Twitch doesn't want people to know that teams exist. Anyway, that's a different subject. But the auto hosting list just got changed so that instead of, I could just pause DF and just show you, because what the change was this is my channel right here whenever it loads. When you host somebody, it used to pop up on this screen, right? It no longer pops up on this screen. It now pops up in the multi-channel wheel, which is up here normally. So in order to see a channel that I'm hosting when I'm offline, I have to click on this, go to this screen, and then it pops up in a scroll wheel here, similar to the Twitch front page, which looks like this. So it pops up in a screen like that. The problem is absolutely nobody idles on this screen. Nobody uses this screen because it's terrible. Everybody idles on this screen. So what's happened is all of the channels that have started auto-hosting me over the last 8 years I've been streaming no longer have any impact on the traffic I get on a day-to-day basis, kneecapping 50% of my discoverability, 50%, like the majority of the new people that come into my stream, because the vast majority of the follows I get on a daily basis are from other channels that host me. And so I overnight lost all of my discoverability organically through Twitch, basically, because Twitch pushed a button and changed a feature without actually telling anybody. They never actually announced it. It just kind of happened. We figured it out. There was a post on the user voice about this a little while ago, right after, 2 days after it happened or something, of people requesting to turn it back, and Twitch within an hour, within 24 hours, locked the discussion and declined it. So they've made this change, which has hurt me and a lot of other niche indie broadcasters, and now it's just suddenly we went from having a lot of discoverability to having none. Theoretically, Twitch could add in a new feature that could bring that discoverability back, but then it's going to be a new feature that we have to learn to use, right? I think Twitch just wants us to use tags more, but the tagging system is poorly implemented and hard to use. And it's difficult. I get more traffic from visual ASMR than I've ever gotten from fucking roguelike as a tag. So I don't know. Because if you click on a tag, it still just plops you into the most viewed channels. Some you can sort by recommended, but most people don't by default. So it's just no, it doesn't damage Twitch at all. Animal, absolutely not. It doesn't even remotely hurt Twitch. But what it does do is it hurts the niche corners of Twitch. So channels like mine. I mean, FG has had a lot of grief about this as well. Like she's in a pretty similar spot to me. FG likes playing a lot of. They didn't even have a setting to turn off. What do you mean they didn't have a setting to turn off? But like FG's in a similar-ish situation to me, where like she's lost a lot of her concurrents, but she's got a much bigger audience than me in the first place, so she's like in a safer spot, whereas I've just essentially lost all of my that's the actual problem is I've lost all of my discoverability, right? Like my channel's still fine, frankly. Like I still have my audience, I still have my subscriber base, I still have the people who watch the stream, I still have my Discord, I still have everything, theoretically. But what I have lost is I've lost all of my discoverability. I mean, theoretically I could, but one of the moderators of the user voice, who's a spokesperson for Twitch, already shut the thing down saying they're not planning on changing it back, so it doesn't matter. I talked to a friend of mine, who I'm not going to name drop just because he's not a super public person, but like he has a public persona. I don't want people to go after him, but like I talked to a friend of mine who works at Twitch, and he basically was like, yeah, no, they're not bringing that back. So basically it's like Twitch just nuked the one discoverability feature that works. Essentially, like, yeah, Twitch has like their own algorithms and stuff similar to YouTube for recommending, and I got a dwarf that's tantruming. Where's Seeker? Where did you go? It's like, yeah, Twitch theoretically could make more discoverability features or change things, but please don't kill my mayor. Okay, you had your meeting. Can you break something in front of everybody so we can put you in prison, please? No, there was their reason. I'm not going to say it's valid. It's in that link that I posted in chat, Squawk. But the reason is it confused people. And to be clear, like they didn't actually remove the feature, and that's the problem. They just changed it. They changed it so it doesn't pop up on the channel page. It just pops up in the scroll wheel. But nobody looks at the scroll wheel. There you go. Ah, damn. Who'd you kill? Who did you kill? Oh, a merchant that doesn't have a name? That's okay. I don't feel bad about that. It sucks, but they are just extra bodies to a degree, so. Well, at least you have the kindness to go put the corpse in the tomb. Yeah, there was no official reason, and there was no official heads up. Also, the change happened while all of the pretty crappy drama surrounding Twitch and the hate raids was happening. So not only that, but they like snuck it behind. They snuck the change in during a shitty weekend for them so that everybody wasn't paying attention, which is also, I think, part of the reason why nobody noticed. But I've spent so long building this. I'm kind of at a point right now where I think kind of my decision is I'm not gonna do the thing where it's go mainstream. A royal treasurer from Pastor Ol has arrived. What is your name? Arisi. Yeah, it is Arisi. Welcome back. Cool. I'm not gonna change my content. But what I do need to do is I need to figure out how to promote my content differently. I need to find a new way of getting traffic. Because like YouTube brings some people in, but it's not enough. What would mainstream be? Well, right now the current hotness that's bringing a lot of views in for people is Honey, I Joined a Cult, Deathloop, Timberborn, which I might actually play anyway. Trying to think, like what New Worlds, that new Pathfinder, you know, streaming Mass Effect when that comes out, like that's mainstream, right? Like, everything that Devolver Digital puts out, everything that you know, Team 17 puts out, all that stuff. All the stuff that you see in the top 10 selling games on Steam. But new streamers need to unionize. Good luck with that, because you're fighting against Amazon. They're actually, believe it or not, for a little while there was a streamer union thing that was starting, but I don't think anybody's posted in that Discord in like months, years, at this point almost. What does that do? It just it gives you more tickets. That's all it is. You won some virtual points to brag about. Now you have more to bet next time, but you can't bet them for another 46 minutes. So it happens once an hour. So. But yeah, at this point, niche streamers unionizing is practically a joke, right? So that's the actual issue. It's like, it's not that I'm screwed necessarily, and it's not that it's a slump. It's just all right, how do I promote this stream differently now? Like, what do I do? That's what I'm trying to figure out now. I mean, realistically, a big release that I'm dedicated to would really help. Like Caves of Cud leaving early access would help. Actually, I don't need all this wood. Why am I running an automatic? I do need some wood, but I don't need a ton of it. Like Caves of Cud leaving early access would be huge, for example. Dwarf Fortress releasing onto Steam and itch.io would also be huge. A new Brigador would probably be pretty big for me. I'm trying to think, what are other game communities that I'm known in? You know, a big successful roguelike that comes out of nowhere would help, you know? Like if something to the scale of Stone Shard that wasn't garbage released, that would be very helpful. That is like the absolute, you know what's hilarious is how many people think that D&D streams are massively popular because they think of Critical Role. I mean, you keep thinking that D&D streams are popular and people watch them because that's cute. Tech crushes everything until they get crushed back. I mean, nobody's crushed big tech yet, so, you know, big tech has only been around for, what, 25, 30 years? D&D is one of the hardest things to do. Just look at channels that are not known for D&D and look at the D&D streams that they do. It's almost always consistently the worst viewed thing you can do. The only channels that do well on D&D only do D&D. And the only channels that do really well on D&D only do D&D and hire professional actors to do only D&D with them. Absolutely, D&D can be fun, but it is not, even remotely not, a well-viewed thing on Twitch. Of course, there are a few anomalies, but they are very much anomalies. So this problem would not, like, maybe we could do a Halcyon D&D in the future, and maybe that'll happen. Who knows? I'm not going to 100% write things off, but, like, that's not going to fix my problem. That's not going to fix this problem that I got. Not even close. It's not even, like, an option, as far as I'm concerned. Do you stream D&D? Do you stream full-time and stream D&D as well on the side, Coca? Because if you do, then you can have that argument. Yes, lots of people stream D&D and lots of people watch it. But it's statistically terrible for streams. It's also bad for YouTubers. Like, Jesse Cox has done dozens and dozens and dozens of D&D campaigns. It took him years before anybody watched them because nobody cared. You know, Nucrium does D&D. If he streams anything else, he gets 100 viewers and 300 viewers on his YouTube channel and 100 on Twitch. If he streams anything else, if he streams D&D, he gets 16 on his YouTube channel and half that on his YouTube channel. Like, it's terrible. If you primarily are gaming content, D&D is horrible. So no. Also, I don't particularly enjoy D&D. That's a side part. It's like I don't find D&D to be particularly fun. It's not that less known. I'm well aware of what Call of Cthulhu and Delta Green are. So no, those aren't that like unknown. Those are more well known than even like Dungeon World. But no, D&D is not an option for me. But I don't know. It's like I'm mostly just venting at this point because it's a problem that I haven't found a solution to yet. And it's a problem that I'm gonna have to find a solution for over the next like 6 months. I mean, maybe the solution will, kind of like Jim said earlier, maybe the solution will solve itself. Which is possible. I mean, Twitch could turn around and be like, here's the best discoverability feature you never knew you wanted. But I have a feeling that the only reason Twitch nuked that feature out of existence is because they don't want to explain fake viewers to advertisers anymore. Which, as far as advertisers are concerned, that's what auto hosts are, is fake viewers. Doesn't matter what it would take for D&D to be successful as a video or a stream. It's not a solution to my problem. Even if we started doing Halcyon D&D and it was wildly successful, it wouldn't be a solution to my problem. It wouldn't solve the discoverability issue that I have with my stream right now. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a different problem, right? Coca Collector. Ironically, most people know fuck all about streaming, including streamers. Like, quite literally, like that's the weirdest part about this industry, right? Like, this industry has only really existed in its current form for about 5-6 years. Like, when I started streaming wasn't really an industry. Like, yeah, people streamed and people made money doing it, but there was like dozens of people who made a living doing it, right? When I started. So it's like streaming, content creation was an industry by that point, but streaming wasn't. YouTube was. Video was. Let's Plays were. And even Let's Plays only really became an industry in like 2009. Like, people made them for like over a decade before then, right? Like, there's people on Something Awful making Let's Plays for a very long time. But it's because you learn about it? Yeah. I mean, thanks for checking a sub out. Weslime, cheers. I'm still convinced I'm butchering your name horribly, but thank you. Thank you much. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's like currently I'm totally fine. But the problem is I know that this is hard to notice from a viewer's perspective, but from my streamer's perspective, I remember all the names of the people who watched me a year ago, who don't watch me anymore. For a time, maybe they got bored, maybe they found a different stream. Like, to a degree, like, I could probably scroll down this list and select usernames that I haven't seen in a while. Not that I want to call people out necessarily, but like, I haven't seen Black Hole in forever. I can't remember the last time Sparkly 4K tuned in. Like, maybe they've been lurking, but Candle Pixie, I can't remember the last time Candle Pixie tuned in. I mean, people move from stream to stream. It's what people do. So you need to always have a new shuffle of new people coming in. Cheers, MMXSC. But like, I don't have that anymore. So you know, for a while there, Twitch had communities. That was a feature that Twitch had that was an excellent promotion feature. And a lot of people used communities to great effect. And I remember a couple of years ago when Twitch got rid of the communities feature. And when Twitch got rid of the communities feature, I knew a few streams that ended up in a similar position to this. They fell over and stopped being relevant. Out of the 3 that I know who promoted themselves very heavily through communities, only one of them still streams, and he mostly streams like Star Citizen and stuff now. The other 2 quit because it stopped being a viable option. So like anything else, this is I'll say, cutest, what's up? Like anything, this is I guess a new learning curve. No, you're not. You're fine. You're fine, cutest. It's fine. Like anything, it's a new learning curve that I need to figure out now. No, it's not that Twitch doesn't want people to find new content. Twitch wants to sell as many ads as possible because that's how Twitch makes their money. That's how they make the majority of their money, is they want to sell as many ads as possible. And because Twitch is ad focused, Twitch is incentivized to advertise to active viewers because active viewers are worth more. Twitch added in channel points, which I was very cagey to turn on initially, and I didn't for a little bit because literally the only thing that channel points does is it tells Twitch exactly how many people are actively staring at the stream. And because the way it tells people how many people are actively staring at the stream is if you look at the channel points thing, every so often a little green box pops up. You click that little green box and it gives you extra channel points. That is literally just stating that you are, Twitch makes more money from ads than they do from subs. And sponsored banners and stuff. Whenever you click that, it's basically saying, hi, I'm active. Making you significantly more valuable than somebody who's lurking on another channel. And if it's a channel like mine, and the majority of the audience is there because they are lurking on a different channel, then most of those people are probably asleep. So Twitch is sort of selling ads to fake eyeballs from that perspective. So the only logical reason is they removed those features because they removed that way of auto hosting because it's advertising to people that are not there. And like something that is genuinely scary to me is like I'm going on vacation from the 8th to the 11th, right? I'm like now sitting in a spot where I go, wait, can I afford to go on vacation from the 8th to the 11th? Because like I'm now actually wondering. It's like I think I can. I'm also gonna sell all these ballista arrows that are right here anyway. I think so, but shit, you know. So yeah, exactly, Ultimate. But like I said, you're part of the 5%, right? I went through my stats a little bit ago here and looked at how many people come over to my Twitch channel from YouTube. 5% of my external views, which is about 600 to 1,000 views a month. Those are views coming in from like YouTube, Reddit, other links posted on Discord and other places. Only 5% of that is YouTube. The king is dead. The king passed away of old age. We only have the mayor now. So I still have to make picks and such, but the king passed away. Was born in this fort and died in this fort. Reigned for over 150 years. It felt like, or was alive for over 150 years. You're the new king. I mean, you can say that, but you're not. The king is dead. Long live mayor. Long live mayor. Yeah. So. But I mean, two very scary changes from Twitch recently. Although one of them is I like it even though it's scary, which is the localized pricing. Localized pricing is a cool feature. I'm a big fan of the localized pricing, even though it is kind of scary on the wallet end. It's like already I've lost about $100 a month in reoccurring sub revenue because of the changes to pricing. But that won't come into effect because Twitch is paying the difference for the first year. So that one is like kind of fine. It's spooky, but it's kind of fine. Plus, it allows people like Vinsati to gift subs, which is super cool. Like I literally just said, thank you for gifting a sub to Coca Collector. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes for the next 30 days. Cheers. So like the localized pricing is really cool. I do like that feature, even though it is kind of scary. But it's nowhere near as scary as just not having new people coming in. So I guess it's like now more than ever, it is a good thing to take a stream that you like and post it on all of your social media and say, go watch this person. It's like, maybe I should start tweeting again. I stopped tweeting out my stream over a year ago now because like I don't like just being obnoxious and spamming up my stream all the time on Twitter, but Maybe I should start posting my stream again and telling you guys to retweet and shit. But, like, I'm kind of an advocate for just getting rid of social media, so then I just become a hypocritical advocate. I don't know. I'm like I said earlier, I'm mostly just ranting and venting right now. I don't really know. I don't have the answer. If I had the answer, I would be doing it. I need to figure out an answer. There was one person who suggested in DMs, who I won't out, who said maybe I should quit doing streaming full time and move to doing YouTube full time and try and be like a Mandalore Gaming or something, except more focused on like interview and documentary style content. Which maybe I could do that, but like to give you an idea, this is one of the best videos I've ever made, in my opinion. The Jupiter Hell video. And to date, I've made $5 in ad revenue. And I don't think I got any new patrons from this video. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's like, those videos are great, and I will not stop doing them. But I don't see them as at least not in that format, as a viable financial option. Although it seems pretty work intensive, but it might help with okay. I mean, well, which YouTube idea is this? Is this one I've heard before, or is this one I haven't heard before? So if you're gonna say like, cut down all of your VODs and do like commentary and shit, that's not something I physically have time for. Because at the end of the day, I still need to make money, right? And streaming is how I make money. What do you mean by independent platform developers? Like, do you care to elaborate on that a little bit? CCX? Is YouTube Shorts? Maybe if I played Call of Duty. See, here's the thing, right? That kind of goes back to the problem of be mainstream. Like, nobody's looking for shorts from DF. Also, the style of streaming that I have isn't really... This is more of a me problem than a problem with the YouTube Shorts problem. Is I don't stream in a way that works well in that format. You know? Like, I sort of did that already with all those DF tutorials I did for a bit there. And like, they did okay, but not that many people watched them. But I'm not, like, the sort of person who's going to jump up and down and yell and do things that do well in shorts. Like, for shorts, you really need, like, funny moments, right? And, you know, we've been talking about this subject now for, like, maybe 40 minutes, right? Nothing, like, amusing enough or understandable enough. Like, in order for content to work in that format, you need to see it, understand it, giggle, and swipe to the next one, right? Basically, nothing I do on Twitch is like works in that format. It's not see a thing, laugh, swipe to the next. I don't create anything that works in that format that's understandable in that format. I mean, theoretically, like if I played a game and had a moment that worked there, I could upload a short or two, but it just I don't understand how that could work, especially with DF. It kind of goes back to the initial problem of like, well, do I keep streaming and doing the super niche indie stuff, which I genuinely enjoy, or do I move to the closest you can? I mean, even that, even the Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole thing. wouldn't make any sense to a mainstream audience. Like, if that popped up, it's like, he's laughing at a text file. Like, that's the people that those videos are given to. If you don't understand what Dwarf Fortress is and know enough about Dwarf Fortress to understand that, that makes no sense. I mean, like, I could upload the clip of me getting a $5,000 donation to charity when I did the hot potato stream from a year ago. But even then, like, I don't know. I personally do not believe that shorts are great for my style of content. Thanks for taking part in the discussion, Coca Collector. Cheers. You have a good night. The Zenfediverse, including Mastodon, and PeerTube, XMPP, including Motivim. The only one out of all of these I've heard of is Mastodon. The only one that I've heard of before is Mastodon. But interesting. Also, whatever the heck that spike of views was on that one video that I commented on earlier, it seems to have dropped off. Or it's dropping off. I'll take the free 200 views from DuckDuckGo, though. I don't know what the fuck caused that, but... Well, another count of disorderly conduct against Seeker. Fine. Actually, maybe that was the one where you killed the dwarf that I never got around to dealing with. So let's just watch Tiny Goliath and see what he does. I've been a little bit distracted, obviously, with this discussion, but... I mean, like, you know, maybe if I play more... Like, another example of me doing mainstream stuff is Aliens Fireteam Elite. Like, that's a game that theoretically I've been playing recently that is mainstream. It's also the lurkiest streams I've done in the last 3 weeks. But like, you know, it's fun every now and again, but it's not what I do on this channel, I guess. But I don't know. In regards to like figuring out platforms that work for promoting Twitch streams on an external sense, CCX, Twitch killed embedded streams a while ago. If you embed a player on another website, it only works for about 30 seconds to a minute and then just gives you an error, and it tells you to go to Twitch directly. There is a few ways of getting around it temporarily, but it still eventually will just error out. And that is part of the reason why a lot of streams got worse views for a bit. So embeds are like Fextra Life took a really big hit because Fextra Life went from getting like it was like 40,000 concurrent viewers down to getting like 10,000 because only some people get around that now. So embedding views are significantly less effective. Parallel streaming is against my partner contract. So I would have to stop being a Twitch partner to parallel stream. So if I were to stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, I would have to get rid of my partner contract. What I could do is I could set up a separate stream in the same room, but I wouldn't be able to show my screen on both. So theoretically, I could like put a camera up in the top corner there and stream to, I don't know, Reddit, and have a second stream running. But I can't have the same feed running out of the same instance of OBS. So like I could pick up my phone and stream to YouTube from my phone, but I can't multi-stream from here. It's not against terms of service, but it's against the affiliate and partner contracts. So I can't stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I could stream to Twitch or YouTube. Like I could end my stream right now and go stream on YouTube for an hour, or one of the other many streaming platforms out there, but I can't multi-stream. Yeah. And then there's a 24-hour delay before you can put content on another platform, unless you have the special fancy hyper cool I'm a special person, big fancy I'm already rich contract, like Co-Carnage, who can put his VODs up 30 minutes after he finishes his stream on YouTube. Unless you've like discussed that with Twitch, you are unable to do that, and I do not have that kind of contract, so I am unable to like just put stuff up immediately or anything. Like for a while there, I knew somebody who wanted to multi-stream on Twitch, Facebook, he wanted to stream on Mixer, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, and then there, I think Caffeine, and then whatever that other platform is. It was like 6 platforms that he wanted to multi-stream to, and he did for a bit. The only one he got any views on was Twitch, and all of his tips and money he made came in from views he got through Twitch. And within 8 months of streaming, he eclipsed all of his views on the other 5 platforms so much he just stopped doing it and just streamed on Twitch because it just, the bandwidth wasn't worth it. I know one person who multi-streams, and that's Nucrium, and he has 130,000 subscribers on YouTube, so doesn't really need the following on Twitch. The Twitch is just a bonus that he can do anyway because he can. So it's tricky. It's tricky. Like, I used to get like between 5 and 10 followers a day. I've lost 2 and haven't gotten a single new follower today. It's like part of the reason for that is I haven't posted my stream on Reddit today, but I did that like 3 days ago. So Lumpy's tantruming. Oh no. Okay, Seeker's getting chained up. Let's follow that. Lumpy's not too strong, so that's not a huge concern. How long time is Seeker getting in prison? 29 days? For murder? Wow. Well, I mean, they're not that good at preventing people from going elsewhere because Tim the Tatman just signed a contract with YouTube, so... But, like, in order to do that, you have to break your partner contract, right? And for big people, it's just a matter of signing some paperwork, breaking your contract, moving to a different platform, and most of your audience follows you, right? For me, if I were to move to a different platform, like, if I were to stop streaming on Twitch and move to YouTube, I would run out of savings in a year. Because... a percentage of people would probably come with me. A percentage wouldn't. And I would run out of money. So switching platforms really isn't a viable option. And if multi-streaming was, I would have been doing that already. If multi-streaming was a thing that I could do, I would have done that already. Repentant. That's what we want. That's what we want. Please be repentant. Please be repentant. That is the best possible thought that they can have. We're just trying to get this storage room cleared out. And we're going to also make another one over here. But yeah, no, it's a tricky problem too, because the people that are affected by this are really affected by this, and the people who aren't affected by this don't care. That's the problem. It's like the people who aren't affected by this change on Twitch are just like, get good to all the people who are. And then the people who aren't, like, and then the people who are affected can't do anything about it because suddenly we just lost all of our, like, new viewers that we're getting. So it's actually a really tricky problem to deal with. Like, there was a post on the admittedly terribly moderated Twitch subreddit about this change and like how it's affecting niche channels, and literally the first post was like, get real viewers. So like, just to give you an idea on how the wider Twitch community kind of feels about it. So it's tricky. I turn them into crafts and then give them away. That's how I deal with the rocks. So, make crafts and give them away. H2O. Yeah, I make the rocks into things, then I give the things away, is what I do with almost all that stuff. Let's see how Seeker's improving. Hang in there. But, you know, this is probably a similar feeling to how, like, indie devs felt when, on Steam, that were already on Steam, when Steam was all like, yo, we're going to let anybody put your game on for $100 now. Yeah, that also works, Aqua. That definitely works. But yeah, I guess I just the way that I've grown my stream over the past 6 years ish, because that's about how long auto hosting has existed. The way I've grown my stream over the last 6 years is no longer a viable way for me to grow my stream, and I need to find a different way to grow my stream from now going forward. Yeah, no, that's totally understandable. I mean, like, here, I will show you the difference. I'm gonna screenshot a thing and I'm gonna put it up in subscriber only on Discord, and then I'm gonna copy paste it and post a link. But this is my viewership over the last 30 days. You guys can guess where you guys can guess where they turned off auto hosting. Spoilers, it's the 31st of August was when they turned it off. Most recent on the far right being today. There's sensitive information on that screen, so I can't just stream it, but yeah, I mean, neither do I. All I can really do is just kind of hope that you guys keep watching and my turnover gets better over the next little bit. Maybe I just need to be less abrasive. I don't know. But then I'll lose my dashing personality. So basically, I've lost most of my freedom as a broadcaster to just create the content that I like. I mean, that was more just sarcasm, but some people find me really abrasive. Good evenings! Oh, I'm Katsu. What's up? How is things? I hope things be good. You're tearing me apart, Twitch. I mean, that's actually not far apart at all. Far off at all. We're getting better? Me too. It's thanks to this puffball that things are getting better. She's actually at an angle now where she looks like a dog instead of like a funny like ball of floof. That's my parents' dog. Her name is Holly. She's a medium-sized poodle, not a miniature, not a standard. She's a medium-sized poodle. I'm taking care of her temporarily / potentially for like a month or two. Just to have a mental health support animal around. She's getting kind of old, but she's cute. Yeah. I mean, this should help with views, right? I just point the camera at the dog and the view count goes up, right? That's how the internet works. Yeah, no. To be completely transparent and clear with this, in the short term, I don't have any problems. In the short term, this is totally fine. Quite literally. It's the next 6 to 8 months that at that point it becomes concerning. Why do I need a doggy emote? I'm sure you have plenty already. Dude, I'm doggy sitting for a while, and I, unfortunately for you, refuse to get rid of any of... I'm not a fucking dog. What are you on about? And no, I'm not going to just give you a 24/7 puppy cam, because I'll point it at her when she's there, but that's about it. I like my emotes too much. So no, I will not give you a puppy emote. And no, that won't immediately make me rich. 24/7 kale cam. Now you might be onto something there. I mean, what I could do is I could do a 24/7 snake plant cam and nothing would ever happen, because snake plants grow like a centimeter a year. And I have 6 of them. But, you know, they're basically a cactus. Let's be honest. They're basically a cactus. You know what I should do? I should make a puppy emote, and I should lock it behind, like, $5,000 worth of bits. Just make it a purchasable emote, and I'll be like, you want a dog emote? You can buy a dog emote. But no, I don't have any dog emote because she's technically not my dog, so... That's the actual reason, is she's technically not my dog. It's my parents' dog. No, I own snake plants. Someone would do it? Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do it, so it doesn't matter. And no, no one would. I guarantee you no one would. So, no, I don't really want a dog emote, I'll be honest. I like my drawn emotes. So, please don't ask for dog emotes. I'm just going to ask you real nicely to not do that. Especially a dog that technically isn't mine. Also, I'm pretty sure I made a rule at some point to, like, you know, not talk about hot tub and pool streams. So can we just, like, leave that subject to the wayside, animal? Because that would be really nice if we could do that. Never mind. You've gone downhill again. Probably what I'm going to do, at least in the short term, is just completely disable all view and follow stats on my personal dashboard, so I just can't see them. Remove concurrent viewers and hide them from view in all places, so I can't see how many people are watching. Probably do that, and then just accept that I'm never going to get another sponsorship, basically, at a payment amount that I'd be willing to accept, and just stream until I run out of money. which will happen. Based on previous historical stats, it'll happen. I will go back to where I was in 2016, probably, which is not enough for me to pay my rent. And what's kind of funny is like the stream has been stressing me out recently, wave depletion, but not because of the view count. It's because of chat activity. Chat activity's been down over the past month. I've had a higher turnover than usual in the past month. So that's been stressing me out. Less people have been tuning in off the bat, but I think I know the reason for that. And the reason for that is vaccine passports. People have been getting vaccinated and going outside, which I think is healthy and good, so I'm not letting that one annoy me. But it's good that people are getting outside and taking care of themselves. So that's the main reason why I've had like a deficit in view counts recently. But this ain't helping. So and unfortunately Jupiter Hell didn't sell 2 million copies. Because if Jupiter Hell sold 2 million copies, I'd be doing great. I'd just be streaming Jupiter Hell all day. That would be wonderful. But, you know, they sold 20,000 copies or whatever, and they're doing all right, which is great. But it's like, dog is snoring, and like they're doing all right. But you know, it's not enough to promote me to fame or anything. Like I've always said, like I'm not really the sort of streamer who wants to be famous. I don't particularly want to be famous. Honestly, all I really want is I want to be sustainable. That is my hope. Is I just want to be sustainable. Speaking of Jupiter Hell, their review score has gone down to 90% positive and 92% overall, which makes me kind of sad because they had the 95. They were overwhelming for a bit. Also, it's autumn. Heads up, Stone. You might want to duck because the humans are coming. Just like us, they are saying, I mean, this is your normal bedtime, so go to bed, Aqua. Like, go to sleep. Thanks for gifting a sub. It's just a tricky spot to be in, that's all. And I don't have a solution. And neither do any of you, so. What? I mean, we're venting back and forth. I never said chat was useless. I would have no job if there was no chat. So I'd rather have a useless chat than no chat. For whatever that's worth. Stone, are you ready for the council? Also, come on, you guys aren't useless. You're not chat, you're animal. You don't speak for all of them. I guess. I mean, here's the thing, Stone. If you don't want to do this anymore, just tell me. And I will stop showing them to you. I'll just glance at them and move on with my life. All right, all right. I'm just saying. The giant spicy dwarven toothpaste tube? It's getting there. It is getting there. I can show you in a second. It should be done filling by the end of today, I hope. It's ironic that it's taken like 6 years to fill. I think that the magma forges should be usable down there now, which means I should start rebuilding the forge. I'll do that after we're done clearing the stones out, though. Because I have to move the forge down there. I'm assuming you got it, Stone, so I'm going to close this. Yeah, it's right here in the middle. Oopsies, that's the help screen. Yeah, it's down. It's up to layer 21. So it's filling. Yeah, this is basically filled too.
Criplurk.
Enjoy your lurks, Goffer. Thank you very much for the 21 months. Jack, can I get 21 beers for 21 months? Speaking of people that came in through auto hosts, I think. Actually, Goffer, before you vanish, how'd you find my stream originally? Was it through auto hosts? I think that you came in through auto hosts, right? Also, investments are open, chat. Don't miss them. You have no idea. For some reason, I thought that you came in from Cat, which was one of the channels who helped me the most over the years. I could be wrong, though. But, yeah. I've just been venting and babbling about auto hosts for the... And, like... I don't think any of us have come up with a possible solution yet, but, like... I am open to ideas for solutions and ideas, because I've... TLDR on the whole discussion, if you're wondering why I was asking, is, like... I've lost 50 to 60% of my new incoming traffic from Twitch. Because of the change to auto-hosting. Oh, that's nice and small. A copper breastplate. Look at that. And a limestone block. How kind of them for the limestone. It's a good thing it's not green apple stone. That would be disgusting. Actually, I like green apple. So there's like discourse with Skittles, chat. I'm curious, are you guys in on the Skittles discourse? Because I listen to a lot of podcasts, including a couple food podcasts, and everybody's in all of these podcasts, I feel like, independently are just like discussing lime Skittles versus green apple Skittles. As far as I'm aware, we never had lime Skittles in Canada. I think we always just had the green apple ones. So I'm like weirdly fascinated about what lime Skittles must taste like, because I don't believe I've ever had anything but green apple Skittles. Anyway, I just wanted to say that just out of nowhere because it was popped into my brain. Discourse, not Discord. Discourse. Discourse. Tiger Rider emote. I haven't seen one of those in a minute. Hive Hum's tantruming. Oh no. One of my merchants. Toppled a workshop. You just want red and grape Skittles? I don't think I don't believe I've had Skittles in about a decade. So, like, I actually cannot remember the last time I had Skittles. So, I don't know. Anybody see that? Nobody reporting a crime? Really? All right. Yeah, I mean, I can't really eat candy now for probably obvious reasons for anybody who knows me, so. Candy isn't something I really get in my life very often. Mica. Mica's a fun word to say. I like the word mica. Damn, Darren, that's a big win. That's a big goddamn win. I mean, I'm sure the old man body can handle a little bit of sugar every now and again, but yeah, maybe not like overwhelming amounts of sugar that, you know, a child can handle. But yeah, I think currently, for me, my long-term plan is to just kind of cross my fingers for the next 6 months and hope that there isn't too much turnover. And just kind of hope that the people who are watching me just kind of keep watching me. And I'm now going to kind of join the party of people who are just sitting there twiddling their thumbs going, all right, when's Steam DF out? I'm very excited for the Steam version of DF. So when's the Steam version? That's basically like all I can really do, I think, over the next while. The dwarves have arrived to trade. And we'll see if we get a... oh, Toulon Dumat Fospat. Outpost Liaison. His hair. Neatly combed. Is there news about DF? No, but when DF releases, that'll fix this discoverability problem I have, at least for a bit. Because I don't want to get too excited, but I mean, my YouTube channel will probably do pretty well, and my stream will probably get a lot of new people watching. That's the solution that I have for this discoverability issue. But even that's not permanent. That'll last like 3 weeks, maybe. Yeah, no, that too. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm worried, guys. I'm worried. I like my comfy niche, but... what's your last name? Dumat Bospat. Now, what was the last name? Oh, it's Toulon Dumat Bospat. There it is. Toulon Rough Drilled. Why are you just sitting there? I'm just gonna trade all the stuff that we brought last time and didn't actually sell. So I was able to do a quick, one single trading, but I wasn't able to do a second one. I'll say this: I'm really, 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 really fucking happy I didn't do what I was kind of tempted to do, which was move to a slightly bigger apartment. I mean, my rent went up. My rent's now $900 a month instead of $850. But fortunately, it like didn't go up that much. So that's a benefit. But all right, I'm gonna let these dwarves bring stuff in for trading. I'm just gonna really quickly go grab the stuff out of the fridge so that I can get lunch in a minute. I will be back in a sec.
What are you doing on computer? Go outside, so beautiful!
You know when you put in that sound command, Ghost, the dog looked up. So I fed the dog, and I got my stuff ready for food. I haven't eaten yet, though. Let's discuss your situation. Please don't ever tantrum. You've updated the maps. What requests do we have for the merchants? Silver. Brass. I don't actually think they have steel, do they? No, they do. Excellent. Steel anvils. Black bronze and rose gold. She like looked over at the computer and made a weird sound. Like she was confused. I gave her one of the treats an old lady gave me. This old lady gave me dog jerky made out of duck. Peter says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yeah, it's this older lady who I see sometimes around my building who rides around on a scooter. And she smells like dog treats. You can smell dog treats from like 5 meters away from her. And she's caught me walking last night. She's like, oh, let me give the little girl a treat. I'm like, and she was way too excited about getting pets to actually eat the treats. So I came home with a pocket full of dog treats. So who needs to pay for dog treats when you have ladies who just give them to you for going outside? All right, so let's buy the. Well, we'll buy the pig iron too. I can make that into steel. There you go. Looking for anvils. There we go. Steel anvils. Look at all those. Let's buy some cave lobster as well. But yeah, I guess at the end of the day, I'm not trying to sound apocalyptic. Because, like, you know, push comes to shove, absolute worst case scenario. If I do start to end up digging into my savings and lose a lot of income. Absolute worst case scenario, I'll go get a part-time job. I mean, I don't know if this is a positive thing or not, but I could walk into literally any fast food place and get a job instantly as night shift maintenance if I really needed to and just go get my old job back. To be clear, I'd rather never do that. Ooh, blueberries. We haven't had blueberries in a while. Let's buy some blueberries. To be totally clear, I'd rather never do that. But like, it's not like I have no options, right? And also, we've just hit school season, so my secondary income just came back. So like, Twitch isn't my only income at this time of year. So it's like, she's like the character from the Full Throttle game. Oh, really? Dog just burped. Yeah, I don't want to seem too dire, because currently it's not. It's just extremely worrying. And you know, no one ever wants to go backwards in their career, right? Everyone wants to just go forwards and then keep going forwards, right? Everybody wants to go forwards, up, and stable. No one wants to go forwards, up, stable, down, right? But I might have to go down a little bit in order to keep going forwards over the next few years, or the next year, I guess. It just means that I get to tighten my pant line a little bit. Really. But for whatever it's worth, after this dip from the change in auto hosts, It's still better than the dip that I had towards the end of my RimWorld, my time streaming a lot of RimWorld. So there is that. It's not as bad as it was when I initially started streaming DF. We're still beyond that point, so. But it's going to be a tough few months, I think. It's going to be a tough few months. Anyway, plan for the stream for today, chat. I think we'll do another hour of Longdeath. I mean, what year are we on? We're 109 mid-autumn, or 309 mid-autumn. I think we'll do another half a year. So like another hour, we'll go till 3 p.m. my time. And then we're going to go try some Star Crawlers, which is the Patreon game, which is the game that all my patrons voted on. First person, sci-fi dungeon crawler. Should be a little bit of fun, I think. Although, according to How Long to Beat, it's like a 70-hour game, so I don't think we'll finish it this month anyway. Unless I really like it. But we'll see. We'll see. It'll be something different. Should be fun. The fort is 304 years old, actually. It's 12 a.m. already. I'm sorry. I can't be perfect for all time zones, cutest. I can't be. Hive Hum is throwing another tantrum. Toppled Leatherworks. Did anybody even see that? I don't think they did. It's a bit messy and long. You doing your homework is messy, or the homework is messy? Alright, so I've traded for a bunch of anvils, so I'm going to fly down here. And let's build some magma forges. What material do I want to make these out of? Let's just do gabbro. Not sure, probably both. I mean, if you're not sure, that says something in and of itself, you know? That says something already. I'm removing all of the old forges and furnaces. I will, just give me a second. What is the last Discord story? There have been much... I can reread some things. Knowledge of any goose is good. Skins from every orifice. What? Dictionaries needed. No. Now we write sentences without obscenities. This has consequences that lead to withdrawal syndrome. Part of this creates tasty memes sometimes. However, sentences can't. There you go. Now please add more words so I can continue reading. Still worth it? I mean, still here. I'm glad it was still worth it. Although, cutest, you might get your wish if things stay this lurky. You might get your wish. For whatever that's worth. Of new game before it hits like more than 1 a.m. It's got kind of quiet in the last little bit, which is okay, but... Oh, and I said I was going to play Longdeath for another hour and then swap games, and then you're just like, but it's 12 a.m. already. I don't know. It's just, it's like it's me and Katsu and you now at this point. I mean, I guess what this means is you guys are tired of me, like, maybe not complaining, but like discussing with myself the views situation. But like, I don't know. I don't know what else to do. Like I said earlier. I don't know. I'm in North America, so that means I'm in a region where unless you have 5,000 subscribers and 1,000 concurrent viewers, nobody at Twitch actually cares about you, so. I'm in a region that is lumped in with the US of A, and they don't care about us. So are you going to bed after you finish your homework then, Kiedis? Because I'd recommend that, even if it means missing the new game. I very much believe that you should go to bed. I mean, in Twitch 2012, the way you got views was you view botted until people watched you anyway. And then you just had views. You and me both, B-Lug, to be completely honest with you. Dude, I haven't had any, like, B-Lug, when you first started watching me, do you remember when I could just, like, sit down and stream 14 hours a day? Do you remember that? Like, I could just do that, like, day in and day out. Now it's, like, anything above 7 hours is, like, tiring. So I completely understand. But thanks for being grateful for my word vomit. I kind of wish I lived, like, in one of those weird regions of the world that just have their own Twitch staff, because oh, I know that feeling. I don't feel like I've accomplished anything, like, really in the last 5 months of streaming. Really? Like, outside of just my normal stuff. Like, I really I don't feel like I've accomplished much. But, well, I'm going to try and have Tarn on the stream again in November for 2 reasons. For 2 reasons. Reason number one, it's about 4 or 5 months after it's about 4 months after the last time I had him on. But the second reason is because that's the best time of year for YouTube ad revenue. And my YouTube channel does the best when I have Tarn Adams on my stream. So I'm gonna try and have Tarn on around November, because that's just when YouTube is the best. Like ad revenue quintuples on YouTube in December. At least you're theoretically accomplishing something, though, in your day-to-day work right now, B-Lug, because, like, right now, I'm at a point where the YouTube channel doesn't get that much traction. It's doing fine, like, but it's not really gaining all that much speed. I gain some subs, I lose some subs, and it gets views, and it's fine. But my Twitch channel, I actively feel like I've gone backwards. And it's because I'm out of my control, so it's really hard to not fixate on it and try and figure out how to fix that problem. For a while there, I was trying to see if I could convince the community over at the DF Wiki to embed Twitch streams on there, which I wasn't actually able to do. But what I was able to do was this. It should still be there. There's a link to the Twitch directory on the front page of the wiki. I'm trying to remember where they put it. I know it's on here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Dwarf Fortress on Twitch. I got them to do that. But that does like nothing. Does like nothing. Alright, so the dwarves are leaving. Lava flow is on layer 17, which is a hell yeah. Look at that. Still filling. Still filling. Also having a peek at what you posted, Vinsati. Decided to have a peek, visit of our capital series, Longdeath, to chat with the locals, and saw the Count of Longdeath on your way down, but he vanished before you could take a closer look. Outdated rumors are also spoken. The dwarves of the capital and some people that are long dead wanting the artifacts the speakers know nothing about. Wait, what? Some people that are long dead wanting the artifacts that the speakers know nothing about. Chief Medical Dwarf is Moses Raidrud. He's going around looking for information about how to get to Longdeath and asking around for some named dwarves of Longdeath. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. You're done. You're headed to bed. We'll see you later, cutest. You have a good night. Best go to sleep than make mistakes. That's interesting. No. Hive Hum is throwing another tantrum. It's kind of interesting that they're talking about how to get to Longdeath because I can't get merchants anymore. And I think part of the reason that they'd be talking about how to get to Longdeath is because I don't have any merchants. Which I actually think is kind of funny. It's like, well, of course they can't get to Longdeath because there is no way for them to get to Longdeath because in the game, like, Longdeath would be like no longer a part of the not the main land necessarily, but like there is no routes to Longdeath from the mountain home technically. So I don't know. I think that's kind of interesting that they'd be talking about how to get to Longdeath because it makes a degree of sense. I remember at the very least the last time I went exploring the world in adventure mode was year 100, and I found the other forts around to be, pretty standard DF stuff and didn't find the world to be particularly interesting, so I eventually just kind of stopped bothering. This is going to be a hell of a storage spot, I think. What's the formula? Which side did they agree on, though? Vin, that's the question. Goblins agree not to torture our messengers. Okay, but this is formalized. Huh. All right. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of doors. Also, chat, something I know I just keep coming back to this subject, but it is the main thing on my mind today. Probably will be for a little bit, but when I dedicated this stream to traditional roguelikes and Dwarf Fortress, I actually accepted something. And this was before, I really had Halcyon Frequency in the format that it's in now. And this was kind of like right after my quitting of RimWorld, I guess. I kind of expected to stop streaming when I first really heavily committed to DF. I kind of did. You have a good night, Animal. Cheers. And thanks for leaving the lurks up. But I kind of expected to stop streaming. I kind of expected to quit. Because of what the change from kind of more mainstream games to streaming these hyper niche games, because of the effect that it had on the channel. And keep in mind, like, when I made the shift, that was like back when the auto hosting system worked properly, right? Or worked the way it was initially intended to work. Just that transition alone was hard enough on my channel that I expected to not be streaming full time anymore within a year. I never thought I would. No, when I started streaming DF, kind of like 2018, right? It was like the end of 2018. It was like a once a week thing, and we had like 20, 30 people here when I streamed DF. And I'd have like 40, 50 during the week on other games, but like nobody tuned in for those. Nobody tuned in for any of these. And I know that right now this sounds a little negative, but like it is kind of intended as a hopeful comment, because within a year we'd recovered, right? So best case scenario, in my opinion, the next 6 months are tough, but we work through it. You know, but back then, I also still had the support of my now ex. So I had a secondary income in the house, right? So I could afford to take risks like that. And I had a conversation with her. I was like, you know, listen, like if shit keeps up the way it is with Twitch for another 6 months, like I'm just going to like go down to 1 day a week or whatever and basically stop trying to do it as a job and just go get a job like I had previously. And kind of that's where my mindset is now. Not that I'm expecting to quit. But like I said, push comes to shove, I will grab a resume and go apply at gas stations again, you know, and just try and find some sort of part-time work doing something. Because God knows there's no work in the games industry that would hire me, or at least no work that could afford to hire me. Max, why are you depressed? Let's get the bear fighters going. Dominok, do you... They want to help people, but like there is no one that you can help. But yeah, no, I absolutely did not expect to make it to 2020. I absolutely expected this channel to fall off into obscurity and vanish back then. But, you know, I guess at the end of the day, I've kind of done this to myself, you know, choosing to play super niche games that need my assistance instead of bigger games that I can get traffic from. And I got no one to blame but myself for that, so at the end of the day, it kind of is what it is. Yeah, I mean, Gatsu, like I said, I'm not quitting. Quite far from it. Even if I lose all, and I do mean literally 100% of my income from streaming tomorrow, this includes Twitch, Patreon, and YouTube, and merch and the other small revenue sources I have. If I lose all of my income tomorrow, I would still be able to afford to stream for about 6 months, I would say. So I do have quite a bit of runway in savings. So It's not like I'm going anywhere anytime soon, but this thing still hasn't been filled up. It's taken about 6 years. It's taken about 6 years. Yeah, it is, like I said many times, it's 60% of my potential new audience just vanished overnight. That isn't a massive change. That's a huge change. That's like the biggest change that's ever happened to streaming for me. Ever. Just period. Watching the Dwarfs has become part of your mental health regimen. I'm glad I can help. Absolutely. And you know, that's what I want to keep doing. You know, like I've been trying to figure out how to work NetHack into there somewhere. Like I don't plan on changing the games I stream, to be clear. Like I don't plan to change that. I mean, there might be the occasional time where I decide, well, maybe we should stream some more Aliens. Chester start for the win. I know very little about NetHack, so it would actually be like more of a process of learning NetHack than anything. But NetHack's not going to happen for a while, probably. Anyway, but it doesn't de-stress you like the Dwarves. I mean, I'll stream more Jupiter Hell, and I will stream more Jupiter Hell as soon as they put out another update. I streamed like 60 hours of that over lunch, which is a lot, so we'll play more of that once they put out an update. Vin, thanks for gifting a sub to Baxter. You know what I should do? Whenever people subscribe or gift a sub, I will simply say this. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to insert person here. Please go use those emotes in all the channels so that some people can actually learn that I exist. Space Station 13, I've talked about that many times. I don't have a big enough audience to fill up a server, and I don't really feel like getting banned from other servers for streaming it. Also, nothing against SS13, but I don't think it would be particularly easy for me to stream that game. The thing about SS13 is it has a quirky community that is allergic to streamers. If you stream on almost any public server, they'll ban you for metagaming. And like I can think of one server that I would want to play on that I would actually enjoy, and that's Russ Money and his server and the Clown Crew. But he only streams for like 3 hours a couple times a week, and that server is basically empty when he's not streaming. So I mean, I can get it to run. I've played on his server before, but he streams during times when I'm not streaming, usually later in the day, not for very long, and I don't have a big enough community to fill a server by myself. Yeah, click on an emote. Click on an emote. You can. I think you can like click on an emote and just subscribe to the person through that. Yet? Well, it doesn't matter. My audience just got significantly smaller. Backstretch. Like, overnight, so. It's not a matter of yet. I don't. You need like 50 people to fill a server, right? Out of all of the people here who are watching the stream right now, how many of you are working and unable to play video games currently? Good timing. Hi, audio. What up? Audio just got home from work, you know, like, most people who are watching me right now are working unable to play video games. So it's like, there's a big, also I need to host my own server. I'd need to find a version of SS13 to be able to host. I'd need to, probably customize it a bit to tweak it to our liking. You know, I would love to stream SS13. I just don't see it really as a viable option right now. And I don't think it will be for a while. Maybe one day it will be, but even then, like, there's so much text going on screen, plus paying attention to what's going on, plus the chat. And this is just me. This is a me problem. I have a hard time playing SS13 without streaming because I have a hard time keeping track of everything that's going on visually. I don't know if I could do that while streaming. Also, a lot of the memes in SS13 just upset me, so... But, Audio, what up? How was your day at work? We've been doing a lot of talking and pseudo brainstorming, I guess, about ideas or not necessarily ideas, but like, how the heck do I, you know, maintain stability while losing so much of my new viewership? That's basically it. Without also, this is something I haven't really mentioned much, but the other thing that I also have to do on top of those two things that I just mentioned is I need to maintain stability while continuing to be able to stream, but at the same time also not becoming an obnoxious, here's 15 goals and ways to give me money, and I'm going to do 2 subathons a week, and here's an on-screen ad and all that stuff. Like, how do I keep the stream about the same obnoxious level-wise when it comes to monetization? You know, like, I could just, like, have 5 goals on the stream all the time and, like, push money a lot heavier, but I've never really been that kind... Like, I went into streaming way back when with kind of the ethos of, I stream games. If you want to buy them, cool. I'm not really here to sell you video games. I'm here to entertain you. That's always kind of been my thought process. And a lot of the games that I stream anyway, like, aren't even for sales or are free or are very cheap, so like that doesn't really help much. It's not really monetization issues, it's traffic issues. Sell DF themed NSTs. How about I cut out my internal organs and sell those, because that would be better for the environment and make me feel better about my life. Wave depletion. Instead of me selling DF-themed NFTs, and then maybe getting sued by Kit Fox and Tarn Adams, how about instead of doing that, make my lung into an NFT and sell that? Is that what you're suggesting? Maybe. We'll think about that. We'll workshop that idea. I'm sure there's money in that somewhere. I mean, there was a joke for a little while there where I was thinking about making a T-shirt that had a QR code that linked to an NFT, which was a picture of the T-shirt, and sell those. How about instead of buying a Blind IRL Bone NFT, what was the command? Go buy my socks. I'm wearing them right now. They're comfy. Go buy my socks, you weirdo. Don't be weird, Joe. It's not weird unless you make it weird. You just made it weird. Congrats. No, it's not awe. Don't be an asshole. I don't tolerate that kind of bullshit here, you cunt. You have a warning. Don't do it again.
This bone.
What bone? Oh, that bone? Thanks for the bone. Cheers. The dog is snoring. See? She's twitching. She's snoring. She's dreaming about something. Probably the bone that I keep talking about. Sure, but like, here's the thing, right? Joking about harassment isn't funny. And that's what that is harassment, right? So, do you go into whenever you see a girl streaming, do you walk in and say, hey, hottie, I came in from Boba? Do you say that? Or do you go to every channel that you see and ask them to show feet? Do you ask people to stand up and bend over as a joke? I advertise my socks to you, and you say another one for the foot wiki. Like, if I figured that was a joke, but if it wasn't, I wouldn't have just removed the message and scolded you. I would have banned you permanently, because that is literally sexual harassment. Is it okay at work to tell somebody that they have a shirt that makes them look fuckable? Is it okay to do that? Why is it okay to sexually harass a streamer? Even if it's just a joke. Why is that okay? Think about it in that context, and then understand the joke that you made, and why it's not okay, and why it's not acceptable, and why I deleted that message. Just realize that, you know, sure, sticks and stones and all that, but words do have power. Think about what you're saying, and you won't get in trouble. But it's okay. I mean, a lot of people don't think about what they're saying, which is why people, you know, say dumb shit on the internet all the time and, like, get canceled, because they don't think about what they're saying. Think about what you're saying. People are people. I am a person. And if you joke about sexually harassing me, I will literally ban you. Sure, you did play it up in a humorous way. Feet on stream, funny winky face is a funny thing to say. Another one for the foot wiki is not funny. So you went from joking about someone doing something silly to joking about sexual harassment, which is literally what that is, right? So you went from saying something funny to taking it too far, right? And that's on you. It doesn't fucking matter if you're trying to sexually harass somebody or not, right? It doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. If you think something is funny, doesn't necessarily mean that it's like desired to be said. You can think it, but you can't say it. It's not funny. Never will be funny. I mean, yeah. It's just like all of those people that will just like send you a snide DM and say, "Hey, can you send me a photo of this? It'll be very funny. I want to prank my friend." I'm not uncomfortable. Not even remotely. I'm disgusted. There's a difference. Disgusted that you think that that's funny. Does that make sense? Not even remotely uncomfortable. If you genuinely think that you saying that makes me feel uncomfortable, then that's cute. I'm not uncomfortable. I'm disgusted. I feel kind of sick. Do you understand the difference there? I'm disappointed and disgusted. To file on it. I mean, to be fair, this is my workplace, so, you know. It's just like the same reason I've removed the word OnlyFans from my stream. Because I'm so fucking tired of people joking about me starting an OnlyFans. I don't let, like, literally it's a banned term in this chat, which is funny now because OnlyFans, like, is basically irrelevant these days. So I could probably remove that. But, like, it's the same thing. So, you know, you do you. What happened to the fish tank? their internet provider shut their internet off for using too much bandwidth, so they're in the process of installing lines to get a different internet provider. America! Is what happened to the fish tank. Monopolistic tendencies. Long story short, a friend of mine was streaming their fish tank for a little bit. But yeah, no, quite literally, I'm not sure what provider they're with, but one of the internet providers, their internet provider basically booted them offline for using too much bandwidth, which is genuinely hilarious. Abso-fucking-lutely hilarious. I guess at the end of the day, though, when it comes to shitty jokes like that, I'm one of the few streamers that will say something. If you say something to me that I don't like, I will make it known to you. It's a pity that we don't have that you don't have a Comcast logo emote or anything, because that would fit so well. But no, I mean, Twitch didn't shoot the fish; the internet shot the fish. Bandwidth killed the fishy star? No, that doesn't work. But to a degree, H2O, that kind of goes back to the thing that I was talking about earlier about maybe I need to be less abrasive. Maybe I need to not do that. But that also then goes directly against what I believe in as a streamer. So, kind of sucks. Vin! Gifting another sub. Go on, Katsu. Cheers, Vin. That's 5 subs today. Dude, don't break your bank, yo. It's like, I know that subs are cheaper, and I know that you're in a region that got cheaper subs, but like, seriously. No, they don't. That's a lot of guns, man. Jeez, how are you holding that many? Vinsati's just like Oprah back here. You get a sub, and you get a sub, and you get a sub, and you get a sub. Everybody gets a sub. I mean, I have an unlimited data plan for my internet, and it is actually unlimited. Like, I don't have limited data. I can use as much bandwidth as much as I want, but that's because technically I'm on business tier internet, which is why I spend $170 a month on it. Oh, God. It's like almost half of my Patreon money every month. It just goes to my fucking internet bill. Otherwise, I'd get a terabyte a month, I think, on the same speed if I didn't spend the extra $40 a month. Multiple arms and undead. H2O. Chat, can I get a couple more beers for Vin? Because maybe Vin's already had... Actually, maybe not. Maybe Vin's had too many already, which is why Vin's still gifting subs. But thank you, Vin. To be clear, thanks. All right, it's time to switch to whiskey. Yeah, that's enough beer. Okay, time for whiskey. That's how you know that it's gonna hurt in the morning. Is when you switch from beer to whiskey. Yours is 1.2 terabyte a month cap, though it's stabilized to only be $10 a month. Oh, that's yeah. I mean, I would do that if I could save like. Wait, actually, how much? What's your up and down speed, if I can ask? Because like I have 1500 up, 1500 down. And that's why my internet's so expensive. You're pretty sure that yours is unlimited? I mean, all internet should be unlimited. Internet should be like water. It should be a utility, a mandatory like required utility these days. Like in a world where like you can't obtain government documents in some cases without the internet, like internet should be a utility. But, you know, that's not the most popular take. I'm definitely not, you know, I definitely don't have a frenzy in cookie clicker, and I'm definitely not clicking a bunch. I don't know who you're accusing of having a frenzy in cookie clicker. I'm not even going to begin to pretend that, you know, I have a frenzy in cookie clicker. Well, the frenzy's done, so I don't need to continue click. Ooh, lava. Go to the library. I mean, well, I mean, I guess, yeah, you could use a library computer. I guess theoretically you could. I have a library that's pretty close to me. To a point where I should actually go there more, I think. No data cap? That's almost what I pay. I need to do some map on the current conversions. I think I pay about $20 a month more. I'm actually just curious what $118 is in Canadian. Yeah, you pay about the same as me, H2O. I pay about 15 a month more. About that. But I have 1500 instead of 360. So. Oh, you pay that every 3 months. Okay, never mind. Then yeah, you pay way less than me. Yeah, no, I pay about 170 monthly. About one after taxes and everything, it's about $170 a month for my internet. I could get a discount if I also got a phone and television through them, but it would end up costing me about $300 a month after that. But it theoretically would be savings on the internet. Oh, hi, DeBerries. How are DeBerries? You don't pay the internet bill, so you're not 100% sure on how much it is. I mean, you don't need to share if you don't have that information, Stone. It's all good. You did a big old back roll and massage the other day, so sore, so bruised, but feels good, man. You mean like those videos of those Japanese massages where they just beat you up? Is that what you're talking about? Because I've seen those videos of like Japanese massages where they just literally throw you around a room and beat you up. Is that what you're talking about? It's like going to a chiropractor where it hurts like hell the next day, but your back feels so good. I kind of miss going to the chiropractor. I kind of wish I had a reason to go to the chiropractor because, man, may as well have. Hold on. Yeah, I can't find that video that I found previously. $50 for 10 minutes. Holy fuck. Yeah, that's why I don't go to a chiropractor's because of how expensive they are. I did a while ago as part of my physio when I fucked my back up so bad back when I was homeless that I couldn't stand up straight and I couldn't get at, like, if I were to lie down, I wouldn't actually be able to stand up without like rolling over and standing up on all fours and keeping my back flat because my back hurts so much. Like, I couldn't do the dishes because I had to bend over too much to be able to do the dishes. Like, that's how much pain my back was in. So sleeping on air mattresses and park benches for about 6 months will do that to your back. Combined with hunching over a lot at my old job. My old job, I spent a lot of time like hunched because I was always... Restaurants aren't designed for, you know, a full-grown man. They're designed for like the shortest person to be able to work functionally. So like me as an adult being like almost 6'1", just under 6'1", like all of those countertops and everything are designed to be usable by someone who's like 5 feet tall. So it wasn't reasonable for me to... Okay, you got into a fist fight with somebody, sort of. I don't think they even noticed. And wait, hold on a second. This dwarf tantrums and gets into a fist fight with the captain of the guard. Obviously, there's disorderly conduct. Obviously. Obviously. It's like, why didn't you go to report the crime? Oh, because you are the law. All right. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. And then you go to bed. It's like, I'll do this shit in the morning. That's funny. That is very funny. Well, lava's almost above ground. Like I said, once the magma forge is filled up, like, this will accelerate, and we're basically at that point now. We're almost at surface level for the fort. This is kind of epic. Like, not gonna lie. With your foam roller and some tools to help, with some help from your girlfriend, but be sore as shit, but for a bit, but oh my god, the upper and lower traps were so tight. Yeah, no, I have a foam roller, it's just not a very good one. I use it sometimes, but when I'm done with my basic little workouts I do. But I need a better one. I need a better foam roller. This is a super fucking cool setup. Oh, you're gonna go beat the criminal? You got punched by a dude that didn't even hurt you because it got deflected by your cloak, and the punishment for that crime is a beating. Beat the criminal scum. Did they get anything besides a beating or just a beating? Oh, I see. All the way at the top here. Yeah, just a beating. Well, that kind of sucks. You gotta hit the hay. Don't hit it too hard. It did nothing wrong. The hay broke no rules. But chat, I'm just gonna take a real quick break and grab myself some lunch. And then after, when I get back, we're gonna start up that Patreon game. Take a peek at that after doing kind of a cool down period of DF. So The general of our civ is another reason for the war with the goblins, a dispute over treatment of plants. I think nobody actually knows why this war is happening. I think the original discovery as to why the war was happening back in year 100 was because the goblins stumbled upon Longdeath back when we were beginning construction, and they obviously fought with us. So we got ambushed by goblins very early on, but it was just a scouting party, and as far as I can tell, we've just been at war ever since. But yeah, that kind of seems to be it. Like, nobody really knows why the war's happening. Anyway, I'm going to go, and you guys can watch the lava fill here, and I'm going to go quickly grab me some lunch. Everybody just chill out, maybe post some beers or some rocks in the chat, and we will do a little bit more Longdeath, and then try out some Star Crawlers, which has a soundtrack by Ben Prunty, by the way, so good music. BRB. All right, I'm back. It is pouring rain today. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Looks like we had 2 tantrums while I was gone. Disorderly conduct against Seeker, and vandalism against Typhum, meaning it's going to be busy for our captain of the guard for a little bit. You know, beat 1. Is it just beatings for both? Beating and a beating. Well, that's not going to do much, but it's good to be back. I think the dog thought that we were going out. She got all excited. What? It's pouring rain. I'll take you out a little later. Okay? Why are you lifting your ears at me like that? What? You want pets? Okay. Here, have pets. Good dwarf takes a shower after beating up another dwarf. Also, I'm really curious what exactly dispute over treatment of plants means. How do you mistreat plants? How do they want the goblins to treat the plants differently? I think at this point we're at war with the goblins out of boredom. You know what I mean? Like that's what it seems like to me. It really just seems like they're at war because there's nothing else for them to do, you know? Like that's what it seems like to me. Is they're just at war because they can be. And that just kind of feels like the reality of things. Also, Vin, thanks for going through and checking up on all that stuff, because I do think that stuff's quite interesting. Little bits and pieces of history, you know? But yeah, I kind of think that part of the reason why my stream is special is because of my game choice. I think it's what makes my stream unique. The way I stream games, like, find another streamer on Twitch who plays the hell out of a game and then plays the game enough that the developer shows up on their stream. Find me another channel on Twitch that has done that, not once, but multiple times with multiple games. Another thing that I've actually been in talks with doing is trying to get the developer of Odd Realm on here once he puts his patch out for his game. Once he gets an episode out, I'd like to chat with him again, either on stream or in another video, however that ends up turning out. That is something else that I'm planning on doing, is having him back on. Because I think that talking with him again would be really interesting. I think it would be a lot of fun to have another chat with the developer of Odd Realm. I would actually what I would really like to do is do a live commentary session, like a live stream with him on here just chatting with me. I think that would be a lot of fun, because the next update puts out another race, right? And that's obviously taken a lot of dev time and a lot of work. So I think that would be a lot of fun to be able to do that again with Odd Realm. Oh yeah, no, totally. Like if I were to put together a full resume of every single developer I've done a video or stream with on multiple channels, it'd be a very long list. I mean, the first one I did, which the VOD's still up for this, it was not good. I've gone back and rewatched it, but the very first one I did was with the artist of this game. Years ago. Literally years ago now. I don't know how many of you actually remember this, but like, back when this first went into early access. And that was a long time. That was like a 3-hour stream where we just I just played Parkitect and talked to the dev for a very long time. And that was a really long time ago. Like a really long time ago. And that game is super successful now. Like they've done very, very, very well for them. It's done very well for them. So fucking hell yeah. And I know that Epion was saying that he's going to try and make time to do a little dev chat stream with me after the next Jupiter Hell patch because he had so much fun after the last one. So yeah, I mean, it just if you go to the old schematics channel and just dig a little bit and see all the people that I've talked with on this stream, like that interview resume is actually kind of impressive. But as impressive as it is, I don't think, unfortunately, it attracts a very wide audience. It attracts a very small, dedicated audience, but not a very wide audience, so. You know, chat, hypothetically, if I were to quit streaming, like, I'm not going to do this, but if I were to quit streaming full-time and just move 100% over to YouTube, would you move to Patreon? Like, if I were to quit back to, like, one stream a week and just went full-time on the YouTube editing regime, would you? I think I would probably vomit out of stress. Yeah, I don't see that as viable still, but I've thought about it. I've thought about that as an option a couple of times, actually. Just making sure that none of that's wood. I'm really curious to see if this melts with the lava right next to it. It'd suck, but you'd still want to support me. Yeah, no, I don't think I could do it, which is why I don't think I would. Because I like the minute-to-minute interaction of this. But I've had some people say that they think that I could be like Mandalore, theoretically. In less of a review sense, in more of an interview sense. But I would obviously have to move to much more mainstream games. Play the shit out of a game, talk to a dev, put up a video. Play the shit out of a game, talk to a dev, put up a video. But watch the YouTube. Yeah, I don't know. For me, that is the last ditch like nuclear option. I see. Like if everything, if streaming full time ceases to be financially viable, that is my. Oh fuck! I want to keep making stuff, but can't afford to anymore. That is my nuclear option. The last ditch, oh shit option. Which hopefully doesn't need to be something I do. But that is my my last ditch nuclear option, basically. But at this point, I still prefer streaming full time. And we'll stick with this primarily for a while, but I mean, as a streamer who doesn't like to talk about view count, just look at the view count. It's rough. It is rough. It's not going to get any easier, I don't think. That's a lot of dwarves socializing. Man, it is so cool seeing this big ol' lava spout. Also, this is the an addition that we made to the king's tomb, by the way. I dug this little trench around it and filled it up with lava, so this whole thing got to fill up, which I think it turned out well. I think this looks really cool. I don't know about you guys, but I think this is really cool looking. Look at this shit. That's kind of awesome. keeping the bodies warm. I also kind of would like to make and fill up a lava moat or something. Maybe even over here, make this into a lava drowning chamber, but I can do that now with like tubes and tunnels and stuff. Once this pillar is full and the pump stack is turned off, like we can redirect it and do all kinds of fun things. Like I can pause this, wait until it drains into here, and then redirect this over to here and do stuff with this wall and lava. Like suddenly like our options for things that we can fiddle around with and fuck around with grow exponentially because of just having lava. So, although I'm really curious to see if the creek thaws out. Like, I think it's going to be really neat if the creek thaws out. If there's always, like, a portion of the creek that has water in it. Hive Hum is throwing a tantrum. This dwarf is becoming a problem. I'm also looking forward to the cavern cleaning. That'll probably be next stream. Tomorrow, I think, is when we'll do that. Because, you know, we're kind of running to the end of today's Longdeath sesh, but tomorrow I think we'll do that. Throwing gems around. That's not a good look. Breaking a... Oy vey. Oh, hey, Secret got another account, apparently. This dwarf is quite the tantrumer. A lot of dwarves have this problem of being unable to help anybody, which I actually haven't seen before. Maybe they just give you all of the health care. Maybe that'll help? I don't know. That's just a new one to me. I'm not sure how to deal with that one. Also, shoutouts to the people using the Brave web browser and chucking basic attention token at me, because currently, in the last month, I have acquired $4.99, or yeah, $4.99 worth of basic attention token on the YouTube channel, and $5.94 worth of basic attention token on the Twitch channel. So that's cool. It's a small amount of money, but it's just kind of neat. Swinging by. Wish y'all a good day. Cheers, man. It's gonna be tough times, I think, here for a bit, but we're here and we ain't going anywhere, Patrick. We here and we ain't going nowhere. Hey, Lump, your dwarf's been kind of bitchy lately, but not dead or anything, so I guess that's good. Lava tube is filling. Nope, your dwarf's an adult, just kind of depressed. Because they watched a human die in front of them, which was the royal treasurer who was tantruming a bunch. You got beaten up a couple times by the royal treasurer, and then you watched him die when he... Oh, no, that's a bad dwarf to have tantrum. This dwarf hasn't tantrumed in a long time, and the last time he tantrumed, he killed a bunch of people, so it was short. That's good. Tough times for Longdeath ahead. The lava tube is almost done, though, which is nice. Basically, right now is just kind of tough times for the Twitch channel for reasons that have been discussed at length on this channel, so. And it's spooky, so. Basically, just thanks to everybody who keeps those subscriptions alive, because you guys are the ones giving me, and especially to those of you who support the Patreon, because you guys are the people giving me stability in these weird times. And spring has arrived. We started in what? It was 308, I think, which means we're now 310. The fort is 305 years old. Hell yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely hell yeah. Yeah, because of the changes to the COVID relief funds, right? COVID relief money went away from me a long time ago. I had a rent subsidy initially, but that was summer 2020, and that's been gone since fall 2020. So that's been gone for a while. It was nice though while it lasted. $300 a month off of rent. Whew, it was wonderful. It was definitely a weight off my shoulders for that period of time. I guess one of my bulls died of old age. Whole lot of bullshit, I say. Looks like you've got an anvil. Must be heavy. Because they walking real slow. I'll get here eventually. But yeah, we're going to be swapping to the Patreon game and probably about whenever that human gets down here. I just kind of wanted to finish the year. 86, 67. Yeah, that's not nothing, dude. That's not nothing. That's like 3 grocery shopping sessions for me. That's basically my monthly grocery budget that you're losing. Well, I mean, I spend about, actually, a little bit more than that. I spend about $200 a month on groceries, but most of my grocery budget you're losing. Yeah, I spend about $200 a month on groceries, so I spend about, yeah, about $40 a month more. That's almost my internet bill. It's like either groceries or internet bill. Speaking of spending money on shit, I might go see Dope again because Dope is coming to Vancouver with a band that I haven't thought about in about 15, 20 years. Basically, Dope is touring with Static X and Fear Factory, which anybody who listened to metal in like the mid 2000s is like, oh my god, they still tour? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Back when my ex lived here, I used to spend about 60 to $90 a week ish. Well, that's just because she liked expensive snacks. So, cry, bitch, moan, and complain. That's what you can do. Or you can shrug and be content. Oh, an iron anvil. How nice of them. That's an easy one. Group of alchemy bringing us an anvil. Hell yeah. Nice and easy. Must have been a weak human. Although, that being said, I don't think I could carry an iron anvil by myself, so that human is way stronger than me. I could maybe push it along the ground, make it slide, you know, but like actually carrying an anvil by myself from one city to the next, yeah, no, that ain't happening. Depends on the anvil size. True. Yeah, I could probably carry like a toy anvil that's like that big, but I mean, yeah, if I went to like Costco or Walmart and only bought like store brand stuff in bulk, I could probably push my grocery budget down by $20 a week. But you know, frankly, every now and again, I like to eat vegan sausages instead of just tofu. You know, sometimes I like to like splurge a little bit and get some fancy sauces. Like my splurge this week was I bought fresh jalapenos, fresh banana peppers, and fresh hatch chilies, which ended up costing me like an extra $15 in fresh hot peppers. But I've frozen a bunch of the chilies and frozen a bunch of the banana peppers already, and frozen a couple of the jalapenos already. So I bought like quite a lot of hot peppers, but you know. You don't have the luxury of bulk and competitive prices. I intentionally shop at the small chain store because I like to support the small local chain store instead of the, you know, it's like my options are small local chain, which I won't name because they only have a handful of locations and one of them is a block from my house, or Walmart, Real Canadian Superstore, which is just Canadian Walmart, or Costco. Those are my options. Or Save on Foods. But Save on Foods is like a 40-minute walk from here, or a train ride. So those are my options. I mean, buying happiness in food form is just saying fuck it and going to Church's Chicken and getting a bucket of fried chicken. That's happiness in food form. I do that maybe once a year. But no, I like buying interesting food. I like buying food that's fun to cook because cooking is fun. Cooking is like one of my hobbies. So I want to, you know, buy 8 different kinds of rice instead of just rice. I buy 8 different kinds of rice. You know, I have a question. Are you married? No. Just go back to Veiled class where you came from because you are not worth the effort. The elves have arrived to trade. Cool. You have a local co-op store and they were out of an item and they ordered a case of it. Oh, really? They ordered you a case? Now, see, that is community service right there. That is a store doing something for the community. Now I'm just curious, what was the item? Like genuinely, what was the item that they ordered for you? Oh, nope, can't actually do that. Also, Vin, I'm curious. Have you done any digging about what the elves think of Longdeath? Cauliflower pizza crust. Okay, yeah, no, I respect that. That's a kind of a specific item. Also, investments are open. Feel free to invest your tickets if you so desire. You gotta swap that one out for an exclamation point. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm really curious about what the elves think of me, but the one that I'm even more curious about is this faction up here, who I'm at war with. The noiseless volcano. I would love to know what they think of Longdeath because I'm at war with them. They've never actually invaded me though, or anybody else from what I can tell. I also have no contact with these guys, Tempered Rough, the Ring of Corridors. I have no contact with them. So I'm really curious if I should try to contact with them. Because it's funny, because right when we started, the Ignited Creation reclaimed Metal Partnered, which has 750 dwarves, which from what I can tell is one of the biggest dwarven settlements, just period. Yeah, it is. At least it's the biggest in our faction. So I'm really curious about what... Okay, never mind. I think Shock Tomb is also pretty big. Shock Tomb has 750. So does Clobberhammer, which is a great name, by the way. Also, shoutouts to Trumpet Stroke. Trumpet Stroke has gone up in population. Trumpet Stroke was at 50, like, 100 years ago, and they were at 75 earlier today when I looked. Now they're at 100. What's going on? Something's happening. Something's going on. I don't know what it is, but something's going on. Let's invest ridiculous amounts of tickets. I mean, usually when I do that, I have no tickets left. So I love the idea, but maybe not the best idea. Doubts about reproduction. Is that a new book? No, it's not new. Huh. Prose is Passable, written by Cheers Jamie. I've never seen that one. Cheers Jamie wrote it. Cheers Jamie's been dead for a little bit, but... Alright, Hex Wrench has done the trading thingy. And now we move on. Man. This lava tube might be the coolest thing I've ever built, or the hottest thing I've ever built in DF. One of the coolest things I've ever built in DF. I mean, look at it. It's just so good. It is so goddamn good. Also, I just realized I forgot to post my stream on Discord. Whoops. Posted. You didn't even notice? I... Whoosh. Forgot to... just totally forgot. Chat, go react to it with laughing emotes or something. I swear I did, but I suppose I didn't. I have a frenzy. Just saying. What, a giant tube filled with lava? It's actually just the gaudiest fucking magma forge of all time. Like, I've pumped lava up into magma forges before that are closer to the surface, but realistically, it's literally the only practical purpose it has right now is this, which is my lava forge. Like, it's just the gaudiest lava forge I've ever built. Like, really, that is what it is. Like, this is going to be storage for the different materials and blocks and stuff. This is going to be the actual forge itself, and then this is just the storage. Like, that's really all it is. It's just the gaudiest lava forge I've ever built. So, also, hi, Scoots. Good to see you. But, like, I'm going to also use it to, like, distribute lava over the edge and then into a moat. I need to figure out how to build that, but we're going to build a moat. I'm going to use it as I'm going to fill the reservoir. I've been thinking about making a prison over levitating somewhere inside of a ball. Like, I don't know how I'm going to do that, but, like, I mean, if goblins ever showed up, I could, yeah. Realistically, I'll probably sacrifice giants in it, because we do get giants and ettins and minotaurs from time to time, but we haven't been invaded in, like, almost 300 years now. It's like 290 years, I think. So it is doubtful that we'll need that. But I mean, at some point, some point I want to fill it up with clowns. So, you know, it has like a practical plan and purpose behind it, but currently it's just goofy. So, I mean, we could sacrifice any kind of prisoner in it. And we do get prisoners from time to time. Sounds like a warning thing. I mean, if you go all the way to the bottom. And I can also safely say that lava pump stacks do not affect frame rate at all. Like, at all. That's my drainage. So if I ever wanted to drain it, I could. It would probably take just as long to drain it as it would to fill it, but... It has a purpose. It doesn't have much of a purpose. It's not a super necessary purpose at this exact moment, but, like, it's just currently the plain gaudiest, the gaudiest fucking magma forge maybe of all time. Like, that's really all it is. It's taken 6 years to fill it with the pump stack. 6 years. And it took me like 80 years to dig the thing out. Although I probably could have done it faster if I had more miners and more dwarves, but... It's not quite arch crystal levels of, oh my god, but it's getting there. It's getting there. I'm kind of thinking about redirecting some lava down around the edge of all my bedrooms here, so I could have like lava sort of surrounding the edges of this fort. I'm kind of thinking about doing that because it won't be that hard to just, you know, like I said before, redirect the pump stack. And another thing that I'm planning on doing while we're wrapping up DF for the day here is this cavern layer down here is a little bit messy. Because, you know, it's been open for 150 years now, and I've just kind of let forgotten beasts and the local wildlife just kind of run rampant down here. But I would at some point like to reclaim parts of it. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I've done this. This is prepped, and tomorrow, once this is done filling because it's damn close, I'm going to redirect the pump stack into here. So just basically remove this wall so that a lot of the lava escapes into here, and then just start dumping lava out into the caverns. Because, like, the other thing I'm going to do also is I'm going to fill in here. So this pump up here, even though it'll still be powered, won't actually be pumping lava up through this side. So I'm going to put a floor piece in there and cut out this wall here, and then fill this up with lava, make it into a second reservoir, and then start dumping lava out into the caverns. Oh, absolutely. Like, that's all long-term plans. Like, there is all kinds of fun stuff I theoretically can do with lava now that I have access to this. But all of that's going to take time. Yeah, no, I'm going to clear these caverns and clean them out using fire. Which cavern? This is the upper cavern layer. This is the first cavern layer. Because, like, I quite frankly almost lost the fortress building this, because there's like it's deceiving how many corpses are here, because a lot of them are covered with like spiders webs, and a lot of them are stacked. Like, there are places where there are dozens of corpses on single tiles, and like especially like under the water here, like how am I ever going to clear all that out? But what I can do is just dump lava in here. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow, is we're just going to fill this whole thing up with lava and just flood all of the corpses out of here. Yeah, it should be fun for the next little bit. I mean, in many ways, like, Longdeath is kind of a low-key, slow-moving fort, but I want it to be a low-key, slow-moving fort with interesting projects. So hopefully we can get some of those really cool projects going soon. So that's the project for tomorrow, is we're going to clean that cavern layer with lava. You know, currently we're just almost done filling it. Almost. How you doing, Tapio? It's good to see you. A weird species of chicken. Which one are you gonna? Which weird species of chicken? Will I make obsidian? I mean, that's gonna be a side effect, but I could absolutely make an obsidian printer. Like, I got water pumps. I got all the stuff I need to do to actually make obsidian, but I'm not currently making obsidian. I absolutely could, though. I'm going to end up with a lot of obsidian once I start, like, dumping it into the cavern layer there, because there's, you know, a lot of water there. All that's going to turn into obsidian. We could definitely, like, go underneath it and, like, mine that out without much issue. Like, it's one of those, like, sure, why not? Things. Like, why not? We absolutely could do that. What do you mean by Anglo-Saxon way of saying hi? I don't understand that. Indonesian speak they have hyperpigmentation to say that they're all black. Huh. Interesting. I'm doing a bit better. Still not great. I've had an incredibly rough couple of months. I've kind of been working in a cycle recently where I have about a month of being just fine and super productive and very efficient and I get a lot of things done. And then I have about a month where I'm kind of depressed and I don't get much done. And then I have a month where I'm so depressed that I can't get out of bed and can't sleep and can't do anything. So I'm just kind of maybe at the tail end of one of those really low points. But I have this, which is keeping me busy. Well, that's her head. That's Holly. That's my mom's dog. She's roughly, I think, 10 or 11 years old. She's a miniature poodle. Well, technically a medium poodle called a moyenne poodle, which is like a big miniature poodle. She's more of like a large terrier size instead of like a Chihuahua size. So I'm taking care of her. Yeah, Axon. Yeah, I'm taking care of the dog, and I'm actively looking for rescues and strays and a dog that I could theoretically adopt. My main reason for not wanting to get a dog previously was just plain old fucking fear of like being pinned down and not being able to travel for work and such. But like my parents basically stated if I get a dog that's small that gets along well with this one, then they will just dog sit for me. So basically I'm caring for a mental health animal for a while, and yeah, hoping that that's something that can help. But it's been very stressful recently due to changes that Twitch made that are completely out of my control, which are drastically affecting my traffic to the channel. So how much would that be in cubic centimeters? You know, I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you, to be completely honest with you. And the sequel has been possessed. Apparently. Should adopt the DF Wiki standards. I think that it would be easier to make America pick up the metric system before making veterinarians pick up DF Wiki standards. I genuinely believe it would be easier to make America pick up the metric system, which, as history has proven, is very difficult. The chicken? I think I've seen them. The one that you're talking about. Like, I've seen I feel like I've spoken with my mom about What, that it would be easier to convince... I mean, you claimed a craft store shop, Darren. I don't know what you're gathering yet, though. You haven't picked up anything yet, so we'll see. But what, you believe that my belief in America is too strong, that it's easier to convince everybody in the U.S. to switch to the metric system than it is to convince vets to... So what you're telling me is you believe that it's easier to convince vets to pick up the Dwarf Fortress cubic centimeters scaling system than it would be to pick up... than it would be to convince everybody in the States to switch to metric? I mean, you know, you're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong, but I will say that both of them would probably be very difficult. Is your dumb measurement system? I mean, for right now, we just laugh about CEOs of big game companies stating really loudly on Twitter that they're pro-life while at PAX, which apparently happened. Yeah. How to become the main character of Twitter that day is share an very unpopular political opinion that shouldn't even be politics because men should have no say in it. Period. But, you know, America. The International Yard during the 1950s and 1960s is based on the metric system and is defined exactly by 25.4 millimeters. I mean inches? I'm gonna say I'm pretty sure yard is 25 inches, isn't it? I don't know. Someone just commented on one of my Jupiter Hell videos asking, do you know why they made Bulletstorm useless? Bulletstorm is useless? What? It's an incredibly powerful Master Trail. What the fuck you want about? No, but I wait, were you talking about yards or inches? I'm confused. Hey, Wogard. Long time. What you been up to? Anyway, I don't know. I mean, it's similar in Canada. Like, we basically, in order to function, because of the way America decided to be ass backwards and old-fashioned, like, Canada basically has to learn both systems in order to function, because so any product that comes from the States is, like, an imperial, right? Also, Darren, you've grabbed wood so far. Your dwarf's moving very slowly. Delivering? Well, hey, at least you're working. At least it probably gets you outside, I would assume. But congratulations of having the same parent company employer as me. My paychecks say Amazon on them, so. If there was, I totally missed it, Tapioca. Audio! Chat, can I get a round of beers for audio? Are you even 2 years old yet? No. You are... Oh, no, you are 2 years old. Apparently I've played 2 years worth. You must have, like, just hit 2 years old, because you were born pretty early in the stream today. Yeah, click the button. I've thought about making another channel points redemption called Not First Sad Face, for the person who gets here not first but wants to click a thing anyway and make it cost 2 channel points instead of 1. But I think what'll happen if I have a first and a not first one is the same person will use both of them. It'll be first, not first. You think I should make a not first that costs 2 channel points instead of 1 channel point? Chat, what do you think? Should we have a first and a not first? Stone will always get the first, or Bastet will get the first. It's usually one of the two of them. Audio, thanks for the $1. Cheers. The third dollar in bits today. Well, third dollar for the $2.01 in bits we've had today. So now audio needs, all I got was a round of beer and a t-shirt. I saved up 100. I spent all of my life savings on a Twitch chat. I spent all of my life savings in a Twitch chat, and all I got was this dumb t-shirt. Is that what you're telling me I need to do? I gave my life savings to a Twitch streamer, and all I got was this stupid t-shirt. I mean, I could make a t-shirt that says that, but the problem is in order to like do that legitimately, I would have to charge like $10,000 for it. Which ironically Teespring would let me do. No one would actually buy it, but Teespring would allow me to do that. Yeah, I'd need to sell 2 a year, and like my annual salary, or you know what? I could just say I gave too much money to a Twitch streamer, and all I got was this stupid T-shirt. Would probably be just as good. You could just say that I gave too much money to a Twitch streamer, and all I got was this T-shirt. Although I did see a T-shirt once that kind of made me chuckle. It just said, "This T-shirt was $15 worth of bad decisions." Which is pretty funny. How's the clothing industry of this fort? I make enough clothes for literally every dwarf to get a full new set once every 3 years or so. This child is moving very slowly. On the bright side, we've sort of sorted out the vomit issue. There's less dwarves running around puking constantly, which is kind of nice. Okay, child, what have you grabbed so far? Literally just willow logs. This child has grabbed 1 log. That is it. 1 whole log so far. Oh, that's interesting. Do you know how old Unib is? Have you been able to figure that out, by the way? Vin? Yeah, what's up, Wokard? Kind of looking at the Discord room for, because Vin said he's going through the fort stuff. It tells you it's going to be spiking willow, or it's going to be made of willow. You're making a roguelike yourself? Well, feel free to post stuff about it in the roguelikes room on my Discord. What kind of roguelike? Also, hey, Kay Bailey. I don't believe I've ever seen an artifact beehive, so if someone made an artifact beehive, my brain would explode a little bit. I've gotten plenty of mills and stuff of that sort, but I don't believe I've ever seen a beehive. Damn, we're so close to the top. So fucking close. I've had artifact nest boxes, actually. I've had artifact nest boxes. This child is so young and so weak and so shrew. No, there's already too many different types of ingredients for that. Might not be possible. What, to make an artifact beehive? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's possible. Being honest, I don't know. I kind of wish they could make artifact meals. You don't know how complete it is? Yeah, I mean, it might just not be possible. I've never seen one. You'd think I would have seen one by now. It's funny, I was going to swap over to oh no, where are you going? Oh no. It's gonna take you 1,000 years to get back up from here. Oh man, are you grabbing a boulder from down here? Oh no. Oh no, child. I might have to wait until next stream to finish this artifact. I don't know why it wouldn't be possible. Maybe we should poll Reddit and see if anyone's ever seen an artifact beehive, and if not, then I should ask Tarn why we don't have artifact beehives. Maybe it's a bug. I don't actually think that that's possible, Dominic. I don't think they can dehydrate while doing this. I once had a child make an artifact in a similar situation to this, except they were cave adapted. It literally took the child 6 months in-game time to put the artifact together. So you know, that's kind of weird. Actually, the thing that I'm genuinely waiting for is I'm waiting for someone to break glass at the top of the lava tube and then push somebody in. That's what I'm waiting for. So is zombie stable crafting? At least during artifacts. I feel like artifacts are kind of like where creatures don't get it resets all their hunger stats. Like I've never actually seen a dwarf get hungry or thirsty while making an artifact. Sounds complicated. Question that I have to ask about the spitting out of descriptors. How important are the descriptors, and how varied will they be? Because if it's just the same text every time, that's just going to become annoying for replay players. Text in roguelikes stops being read by the majority of the people who play them pretty quickly. Like even in like Caves of Cut, as much as I love that game, I stop reading the text and the descriptors from looking at things. Just a thought. You have a good night, Basta. You sleep well. This bloody Dwarf is keeping the DF portion of the stream running longer. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, Tapioca. I mean, it seems like a system that I need to see in practice to know how I feel about it, Wogard. It seems interesting, at least. I've had artifact stepladders. The last artifact stepladder I had got carried away by IKEA. I was very upset. maybe not very. I was upset. I wasn't very upset. I was like kind of annoyed. It was a golden stepladder. It got picked up and carried away. Which also, by the way, just a very funny artifact in general. It's a golden stepladder. Man, we're just at fusey levels above this thing being full. Ever seen a Polish chicken? No. No, I don't believe I have. Is it just a chicken that speaks like
Cheese for everyone.
impossible to pronounce words? I mean, the one thing that's certain, Stone, is you would never be able to find a Finnish chicken because they've all been eaten. They're finished. To climb up the world of crime, probably. Yeah, I've had a stepladder. Now I'm wondering if there's like a bug involved there. Like I've also never had like a artifact bookbinding. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've never had like an artifact scroll roller or bookbinding. Oh, I've seen those too, Frog. Yeah. And some other cursed greetings in your language? I mean, I don't know if they're cursed. They're just, as a native English speaker, I look at them and I'm like, I don't know how you make those sounds, or how. And then I hear people pronounce them correctly, and I'm like, I don't know how you get that sound out of that word. So it's like a verbal superpower, honestly. Like one of my favorite comments on any of my YouTube videos ever is on the big video I did about Jupiter Hell, where right at the very beginning, Epion introduces himself. He says what his name is, first name, last name. I can say his first name, which is Cornell. I can't say his last name. I'm not even gonna try because I'll embarrass myself. And somebody commented with, "Oh my God, I finally know how to pronounce," and then just like face rolled the keyboard for a little bit. It's like I always thought that his last name was pronounced face roll of the keyboard. It's just like, but I will continue using the headcanon in my head that it's pronounced face roll of the keyboard, which is how I feel about Polish. It's like but then again, I feel the same way about Finnish. Like I look at Finnish, I'm like, it's like Finnish just went into the alphabet and took all of the vowels and just made a language with nothing but vowels. Like that's what it looks like to me. It's like it's just they took the entire alphabet and just used all of the vowels and nothing else. So I don't know. Language is fun. That's all that there is to it. And English is broken. It's not like we're immune to this garbage. It's not like we're immune to this. No languages. Although, Japanese is pretty phonetical, actually. At least old Japanese is. When it comes to languages that are easier to understand than others. You guys want to see a Vancouver meme? Chat. This is a COVID-19 meme on that I just spotted on the Greater Vancouver subreddit. Hey. Yeah. We're a sad cat. I like it. I think it's good. Ugh, gosh. That's the cutest graph you've seen. I mean, it's a pretty sad graph. Sheesh. The Vancouver subreddit is pretty good for that sort of stuff. My favorite meme that about COVID-19 that I saw on that subreddit was, we have an area of town called Port Delta here, and someone made a post saying, "Wait, if there's a Delta variant, does that mean there's a Surrey variant and an Abbotsford variant and a New Westminster variant and a Kelowna variant? Oh no, I don't want to catch the Kelowna virus." Which are all different parts of the Greater Vancouver area. Nobody likes Kelowna, so you don't want the Kelowna virus. Anyway. Yeah, to me that looks like a cat stepped on my keyboard. Josh hired. Like that's what that looks like to me. It looks like a cat fell on a keyboard. You probably want bones, yeah? It's a lot of rock that you want. Leather, bones, yes. I don't know what to do. What do I slaughter? I agree. Let's slaughter a baby unicorn. That won't take too long. Go get him, pilot. On the bright side, pump stack almost full. To the point where I can literally turn it off in a minute. Yeah, we are on the second to last layer of pumping. Well, our giant lava bong is almost full. So that's kind of great. I'm sure this will keep the tavern warm. For anybody who hasn't seen this. It goes all the way down to Z level 120. 124. After starting on and going all the way up to Z level 15. Then the party starts? Well, I mean, then we start the next project. I guess you could say, and then the party starts. And no oopsies. Only 2 dwarves were killed in the making of this tower. 3. 3 dwarves were killed in the making of this tower. 1 in a cave-in, 1 in the lava digging, and then 1 died of starvation because I was sealing off the pump stack and didn't realize that 1 fell in there somehow. Only 3 dwarves were killed in the making of this tube. Which I think is pretty good, frankly. I think that's pretty okay. And then this is the lever to close that floodgate. And then the lower lever is the one to shut the pump stack off. Okay, how's Child doing? Child is going to go get bones. Well, that's good. This is one of the coolest things that I've ever built. Quite literally one of the coolest things I've ever built. I'm just going to also stick this graph in memes because I think it's pretty good. Honestly, I really enjoy people posting pictures of or drawing on graphs. I find that that's very amusing to me. You can't wait to see what the Child makes. Yeah, I'm gonna let the Child finish the artifact and then we'll call it a day on DF for the day, and we'll move on to Starcrawlers, which is my Patreon pick game of the month. And then I have to run to the pharmacy and take the dog for a walk and do all that stuff. So. Starcrawlers is our first-person turn-based dungeon crawler. It does have an Iron Man mode, but I won't be playing Iron Man. We'll just be playing on normal, because it's supposedly like a 30-hour long game. So yeah, it's a first-person dungeon crawler with turn-based combat, so it should be a bit of fun. A little classic RPG action. And Arisi says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Iron, gold, you know what, I'll just say all of the metal, and then I'll just pick what I want, because that's all I want at this point. It's all of the metal. Child, what are you going to go get now? I mean, I guess it's good that the Child is still getting stuff, but, like, seriously? Child just decided to build Artifact at the most out-of-the-way possible spot. Which just means it's taking forever. Also, Dogfoot. Look at those cute little paws. What's up? She just yawned at me in a very cute way. Peter has been re-elected and is still the mayor. Man. There we go. It's almost done. Well, chat, that's like our 100-year-long project done. Quite literally. Our 100-year-long project. It's now done. Now it's time to come up with another one. It's roughly 100 years worth of project. Pump stack, shut off. Shut off the pump stack. Shut her down. Who gets to do the honor? Abe gets to do the honor of shutting off the pump stack. The lost stepladder wasn't in this fort, Scoots. What do you mean the letter L for Longdeath? The letter L for what? Is that my next project, is build the letter L? I mean, that's not hard. Do something with L? Maybe, maybe not. I was thinking about making a lava pentagram on a layer. Maybe I could do something with the letter L. I might actually have to drain a little bit out of this. Not much, just a little bit. Like half a layer. But you know what? I think we'll do that next stream. Let's just celebrate with that for right now. Child is getting more things for artifact. You've never been good at grand ideas. Fair enough. You know, it's fine. Not that you need to be. I think all the big, hard-to-carry items are done, so hopefully the child will finish starting their artifact soon. She is indeed making an artifact. We'll see how it turns out. Yo, sup, Anonymous? There we go. What all did you grab, Darren's Dwarf? Cave spider silk cloth, mica, stray unicorn bone, mica, nice, cherry wood logs and willow logs, and that's it. Of my amazing pump stack. We've pumped a lot of stacks, that much is known. Like, the one thing we know for certain is that many stacks have been pumped. In fact. I'm kind of scared about draining it. Because I don't think it'll all just go boosh and flow out like water would. But I also don't really want to refill it. But I kind of need it to be halfway empty because this is still kind of full. And I need this thing to drain right here, so. Remember, King, you trying to convince me to stream Dwarfs? Saying that I could get good at this game, and me going, nah, no one would want to watch it. I was kind of right that not that many people wanted to watch it. But here we are, and we're streaming Dwarfs. King is one of the people who convinced me to stream this back then. It was like King, Hobo, and a few other people. A lot more people were watching, and then Twitch decided to break features and tell us that it's intended. And here we are. You got so good. I don't know if I'm so good. Yeah, it's Cobaltite. Well, I mean, not on the tiles side. It's just my color settings. Cobaltite's kind of a green color anyway. Yeah, well, we'll see how we'll see how long the good times last, Scootser. We'll see. I don't know if I want to just reiterate all the shit that I've been complaining about all day today. So I have many times already today, but well, that sucks, Anonymous. Although, being home alone when you normally live with family can also be kind of nice. When I was younger, I used to volunteer to just stay home alone for a couple weeks and just play video games, but I didn't have college stuff, so. Are they with family or something, or just on vacation? Well, there we go. The Skoid II, the Dwarven child, has created Ustosi Kithag, a willow amulet, and offers it to the eternal adventure of time. Well, thank you. It's worth 15,600 Zathal, and this is a lore-heavy one, so buckle up. Angry Squeezes is the name of it. This is a willow amulet. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular mica cabochons and encircled with bands of willow and cherry wood. This object menaces with spikes of nice and cow leather. On the item is an image of Rovod Hand Silvers, the dwarf, and dwarves in mica. Rovod Hand Silvers is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Rovod Hand Silvers to the position of Baron of the Ignited Creation in the late winter of 272. On the item is an image of Orson Frakes, Yellow Iron the dwarf, and the Adventurous Scale, the Iron Shield, in unicorn bone. Orson Frakes is raising the Adventurous Scale. The artwork relates to the naming of the Adventurous Scale in Longdeath by the dwarf Orson Frakes in the late winter of 189. On the item is an image of Nomal Group Channel, the dwarf, and dwarves in mica. Nomal Group Channeled is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Nomal Group Channel to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in the mid-spring of 101. On the item is an image of Kivish Boltchurch, the dwarf, and a cabinet in cave spider silk. Kivish Boltchurch is admiring the cabinet. Is this a stress ball? I was thinking it's like an amulet that squeezes and strangles you. You have a good one. Well, I'm Katsu. Thanks for swinging by. It's good to see you as always. Wait, hold on a second. The Vancouver Aquarium is open? I thought it was still closed until further notice. Like, I was there like 3 weeks ago and it was closed still. Because I walked around it. As I walked around that part of downtown. Huh. Interesting. Well, hopefully they're being safe. We've got some of the highest case counts of COVID-19 since ever. So, I mean, I was literally just posting this a minute ago because I think it's hilarious. Yeah, it's not too shabby for a little wooden. It's a very lore-heavy amulet. Like, obviously, it's not the the most valuable item, but lore-wise, I'd say it's pretty good. Mom tells her weird bedtime stories? Probably. Probably. All right, though, chat room. We've streamed Dwarf Fortress for about 6 hours, 6.5 hours after records today. So I think we're going to call it for Longdeath for today and jump to some of the Patreon game. So if you're here specifically for Longdeath, the entire playlist is on YouTube. And there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could ever reasonably watch. So that being said, we're going to be swapping games now. So if you're heading out, I respect it. But if you're sticking around, that's even cooler. We're going to go play the Patreon pick for this month, which my patrons vote. Anybody at $1 a month or above can vote. And they picked Star Crawlers, which is a first-person dungeon crawler with music by Ben Prunty. So we're going to go play that. I'm going to close Cookie Clicker so I don't have capturing problems, though.